Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Minecraft. I have infinite mods. Part 1. I heard those zombies have appeared again. Really? Really? Those monsters are coming again. It's absolutely true. The neighboring Sunny village was slaughtered last night, and all the villagers were infected and turned into zombie villagers. Quick, quick, quick. Have everyone prepare their weapons. We must be careful of the zombies. Lu Chen rubbed his eyes and looked around, feeling somewhat bewildered. With a square head and big confusion, the three philosophical questions of life couldn't help but pop into his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, right, I'm Lu Chen. He had just played games all night with his roommate last night. Waking up today, he found himself in such a strange place. Could he have ascended to immortality? Could this be heaven? But why does this heaven look so square? The tables are square, the chairs are square, why are even the people square? Suddenly, the image of a game popped into Lu Chen's mind, Minecraft. He couldn't have transmigrated into the game, could he? Child, you're finally awake. Just then, an NPC dressed as a villager came to his side and asked with concern. If you feel better, hurry to the blacksmith and get a weapon for self-defense. It hasn't been peaceful these past few days, I'm afraid zombies might attack the village. Lu Chen was a bit confused. Zombies attacking the village. If that was the case. Lu Chen hurriedly looked down at his own attire. Sure enough, he hadn't just transmigrated, he had transmigrated as Steve. Just then, a voice flashed through his mind. Congratulations on binding with the Steve system. To test if your abilities are qualified, please complete the activation mission. If the mission fails, you will die. Mission name: Resist the Zombie Crisis. Mission description: Newly arrived in this world, you discover that everything here is very primitive, they do not understand the use of materials or various techniques. Facing the terrifying zombies, they have no power to resist. Brave outsider, please use various methods to help them resist the zombies. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Sure enough, his cheat had arrived. Although he needed to complete the mission to activate it, for an 8-year veteran player like him, this mission was not even worth mentioning. Facing the panicked villagers, Lu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, don't panic. I have a way to deal with those zombies." The chattering villagers suddenly quieted down and looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Child, what did you say? You have a way to deal with those terrifying monsters. Lu Chen smiled confidently, feeling completely prepared. Even in the early stages, dealing with these ordinary zombies was a piece of cake for him. Today, as a hardcore player, Lu Chen had to show off his skills. Yes, that's right. I have a way to help you resist the zombie attacks, but I need some iron ingots and pumpkins, Lu Chen said. The villagers stared at each other in confusion. One of the slightly older villagers asked with some worry, "We have grown some pumpkins, but not many. Iron ingots are an even scarcer material. I'm afraid the whole village combined only has a few dozen." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's enough. Also, if there is wood, it would be best to bring some." Seeing the inner worry of these villagers, Lu Chen patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. With me here today, I guarantee you will be safe and sound." In the center of the village road, an open space was filled with piles of iron ingots and a few scattered pumpkins. Seeing these things, Lu Chen was secretly delighted, he had the materials. Then he turned and asked the village chief, "May I ask if there is a crafting table here?" The village chief thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his head and said, "Ernie's house seems to have one." The villagers moved aside, revealing a young figure. Fair skin, a flushed face, and bouncy twin tails. Unfortunately, she had a long, large nose. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. These days, after being single for so long, even blocked people look so attractive. Ernie, go quickly and bring our crafting table here. Ernie's father, who was standing next to her, said hurriedly. Ernie responded and turned to go back home to get the crafting table. Glancing at the materials on the ground, Lu Chen did a rough calculation. Building an iron golem wouldn't be a problem, and there would even be some materials left over. That's right, he intended to use an iron golem to protect the safety of the villagers. For early game players, an iron golem was practically a boss-level existence. Not only did it have a knockback effect, but its damage and health were also extremely high. If any zombies really had designs on the villagers, Lu Chen would have to properly entertain them with the iron golem. Before long, Ernie brought the crafting table back. Placing the crafting table in front of Lu Chen, Ernie curiously eyed this outsider, whose appearance was so different from theirs, and then quickly ran back to her father. Lu Chen adjusted his breathing and placed his hand on the crafting table. A 3x3 grid appeared in front of him. On the far right of the grid was a single slot used to output the crafted items. Lu Chen placed the iron ingots into the grid one by one until it was filled with 9 iron ingots. The crafting table finally changed. The iron ingots suddenly disappeared. In their place was a square iron block. It worked. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Building an iron golem requires 4 iron blocks and 1 pumpkin head. There were about 50 plus iron ingots on the ground, enough for an iron golem. To protect the village from harm, the villagers had almost emptied their life savings. A white light flashed, and another iron block was successfully crafted. At this moment, Lu Chen had 4 iron blocks in his hands. It was enough to build an iron golem. Scanning the expectant villagers around him, Lu Chen stopped his movements. Child, why did you stop? Are there not enough materials? The old village chief on the side asked cautiously. Lu Chen shook his head and motioned for everyone to step back until a large open space was cleared around them. Lu Chen placed an iron block on the ground. Then he stacked another iron block on top of it. After that, he placed 1 iron block on each side of the iron blocks. At this point, the blocks were placed in a T shape. Finally, Lu Chen placed a pumpkin head in the middle of the iron blocks. Whoosh! Congratulations on obtaining the achievement, Iron Golem. Reward: Enchanting Book, Infinity, 1. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. An enchanting book with the Infinity attribute is practically a divine artifact in the early game. It allows the player to completely ignore arrow consumption. Then, Lu Chen turned his gaze to the big guy that had suddenly appeared. Name: Iron Golem. Health: 100. Attack power: 7.521.5. Skill: Powerful attack, deals massive damage and knocks back. Iron Golem. It worked. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Seeing this tall iron golem, the villagers were frightened and took a few steps back. The old village chief said with some trepidation, "Child, did you build this big block of iron?" Lu Chen smiled slightly, then patted the iron golem beside him and said, "Everyone, rest assured, this is here to protect us. It is called an iron golem, and it can help us defend against zombies." Hearing Lu Chen say this, the villagers gradually lowered their guard. Some of the bolder ones even walked forward and tried touching the tall iron golem. By now, the sky was gradually darkening. Night was about to fall. Lu Chen found he still had materials left over and looked at the weapons in the villagers' hands, hoes, axes. After some thought, he decided to use the remaining materials to craft a few iron swords. He distributed the iron swords to a few young men in the village and kept one for himself. At this moment, Lu Chen received a prompt. Night has fallen, good luck. Everyone held their breath. In the entire village square, there was no sound other than the wind. Ah! Just then, a strange sound came from outside the village. Lu Chen's expression changed. Zombies had likely spawned outside the village by now. Gripping his iron sword, Lu Chen said to the villagers, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Villagers without combat abilities, return to your rooms." Before long, the square, which had been packed, became empty. Most of the villagers returned to their rooms, leaving behind only a few young men capable of fighting. At this moment, several swaying figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the village. Lu Chen gripped his iron sword tighter, thinking to himself, "They're here." Sure enough, Several green-skinned zombies, their arms stiff, were swaying as they approached the village entrance. And behind them, there were actually a few skeleton archers following along. Just as the villagers were at a loss for what to do, a massive figure charged forward. The zombie in the lead didn't even have time to react before it was sent flying into the sky. When it landed again, it turned into a wisp of white smoke and vanished, leaving behind only a few glowing experience orbs and a piece of rotten flesh. The villagers stared, dumbfounded, as the iron golem showed its might. The zombies, which they considered terrifying, couldn't even last 3 rounds against the iron golem. Just then, several arrows were fired rapidly at the iron golem. Bang! 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 The iron golem flashed red a few times, and its health dropped by a few points. Lu Chen, standing nearby, looked at the iron golem's attribute panel. Name: Iron Golem Health, 91 100ths Attack, 7.5 21.5 Skill. Powerful attack deals massive damage and knocks back. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The skeleton archer's attack power was ultimately too low for the iron golem. If it were just these zombies, the iron golem would probably be enough to handle them on its own. But before Lu Chen could relax, the villagers behind him cried out in alarm. Lu Chen turned around and discovered that a few spiders had crawled over from the rooftops at some point. One of the spiders lunged directly at the villager closest to it. Although that villager had an iron sword in hand, he didn't use it, whether out of panic or fear, and instead turned and ran. Lu Chen shook his head and rushed over, wielding his iron sword. The villagers hiding in the room saw this and gasped in shock. It was too dangerous. But to Lu Chen, it was nothing. He accelerated, rushed behind the villager, and blocked the spider's attack. The spider seemed puzzled. How did this guy look so different from the villagers? But before the spider could figure it out, a sword slashed down. The spider's health dropped sharply. Immediately after came the second strike, then the third. Lu Chen didn't give the spider a chance to react. He slashed 3 times in succession and cut the spider down. The spider's body quickly vanished, turning into experience points and spider silk. Lu Chen walked forward and collected the spider silk. This was good stuff. It was a necessity for crafting fishing rods or bows and arrows. Looking back, he saw that the iron golem had already killed all the zombies and skeleton archers over there. Experience orbs and loot were scattered all over the ground. At this point, the iron golem's health had only dropped by half. Spotting the spiders here, it immediately charged over. After cleaning up those spiders in a few strikes, it stood in place like a loyal guard, keeping watch over the surroundings. Congratulations on completing the quest. Resist the zombie crisis. Congratulations on unlocking the Steve system. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward. You may choose one of the following 3 mods to add to this world. Warning. Your choice will affect the direction of the entire world. 1. Nevermind. Difficulty. Features 21 dimensions, 36 bosses, and a large amount of brand new monsters and equipment. Note. This mod will affect the overworld, please choose carefully. 2. Twilight Forest. Difficulty. A forest world shrouded in eternal night, featuring winding and complex dark mazes, monster-filled rich mines, bottomless canyons, towers reaching into the clouds, aurora palaces located in glaciers, and massive caves inhabited by dragons. Note. This mod requires crafting a specific portal. 3. Ether World. Difficulty. Mysterious and eternal floating islands, filled with dreamlike creatures and mysterious structures, the ether is a world full of life and history. Search for treasures in dark, mysterious dungeons, and liberate the ether world from the brutal rule of the Sun Spirit. Note. This mod may trigger the Nether Vengeance event. Seeing the quest reward, Lu Chen was stunned. He hadn't expected that he could actually add mods. The key was that these 3 mods were all large-scale world mods. Especially the Nevermind. Even the overworld would be affected. If one were to judge solely by the content of the 3 mods, the Nevermind would be better. However, the difficulty was also relatively higher. But heroes are always fearless, aren't they? Lu Chen didn't hesitate any longer and directly chose the first option. Congratulations on activating the Nevermind mod. Overworld is merging. Nevermind dimension is loading. Loading complete. As the mechanical voice stopped, Lu Chen's panel also changed. Hunting, refining, gathering, infusion. Isn't this the Nevermind panel? Back then, he and his roommate had spent a long time conquering it to clear the entire Nevermind. A hint of excitement flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. After all, this mod contained familiar things. Just as Lu Chen was dazed, the villagers hiding in the rooms had all come out. The old village chief said tremblingly, "Child, those zombies." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "They have already been dealt with." Resolved. The villagers were overjoyed. Although they had seen everything that happened from their rooms, they still couldn't help but ask Lu Chen to confirm it. Lu Chen's answer naturally did not disappoint them. Just at this moment, the iron golem came to Lu Chen's side. The villagers carefully sized up this big guy. Although they knew it was he who had protected everyone, facing such a big guy, they still couldn't help feeling a little terrified in their hearts. But a magical scene happened. The iron golem actually took a poppy out of its hand and handed it to Ernie, who was closest to it. Ernie was obviously flustered, her fair face slightly flushed. She glanced at Lu Chen and then took the poppy. Lu Chen cast a strange look at Ernie. "It was clearly the iron golem that gave you the flower, why are you acting like I gave it to you?" But since the task was finished, it was time for him to leave. After all, now that he had activated the Nevermind mod, he inevitably needed to go outside to find resources and venture out. If he just stayed here, it would probably only affect his development progress. As for Ernie, how did that saying go? Women only slow down his sword drawing speed. What? You want to leave the village? The village chief looked at Lu Chen in front of him with a face full of surprise, clearly not understanding his actions. After all, in his view, the appearance of the zombie proved that this world had become unsafe, and for one person to head into the wilderness was even more baffling. "Child, I know your ambitions cannot be limited to just one village, but I heard that it has been turbulent outside recently, and all kinds of legendary monsters have started to appear. It is a very dangerous thing for you to leave the village now," the village chief said earnestly. Lu Chen nodded, but did not relent. Seeing Lu Chen like this, the village chief had to sigh, then asked Lu Chen to go to a place with him before leaving. Although a bit puzzled, Lu Chen did not refuse and followed the village chief into the village. Walking to the door of a stone-built house, the village chief stopped his steps. Lava constantly bubbling with sparks, furnaces everywhere. "Is this the blacksmith shop?" Lu Chen was a little surprised, but seemed to understand something. "Is the beginner gift package about to arrive?" The blacksmith shop had always been one of Steve's favorite places. After all, the items inside were still quite important for early game players. Especially since it was possible to find a saddle inside. But the village chief rummaged through the chest inside for a while, and instead took out something that Lu Chen did not expect. Name: Sharp Blade White Sheath. Durability: 43/43. Status: None. Mark: None. Skill: None. Slash Blade. Lu Chen was a bit stunned. Isn't this the Slash Blade mod? How could the village chief have such a thing? The white sheath belongs to the basic Slash Blade in Slash Blade, and subsequent upgraded versions are basically upgraded from the white sheath to an Odachi and then upgraded again. However, what confused Lu Chen was, clearly he hadn't obtained the Slash Blade mod yet, so how could Slash Blade equipment appear? "This is our village's heirloom, now I gift it to the warrior." The village chief stroked the long blade, reluctantly handing it to Lu Chen. As soon as Lu Chen took the blade, a notification popped up in his mind. Congratulations on unlocking an encounter. The village chief's gratitude. Reward: Sharp Blade White Sheath *1. Congratulations on activating the Slash Blade mod. Lu Chen suddenly realized. So mods can also be activated through encounters. If that's the case, then the other two large mods, Twilight Forest and Ether World, might also have a chance to be activated later. Lu Chen carefully examined the long blade. Strangely, this weapon actually had no attack power label. But Lu Chen knew why. The attack method of the slash blade is not the same as ordinary weapons. It does not have a fixed damage rating, but rather has a judgment of damage stages. Lu Chen gripped this white sheath, and the damage stage indicator appeared before his eyes. DSS is the first stage, SSS is the second stage, and there is a highest stage. It's just that the triggering of the highest stage is a bit harsh, but if it can be successfully triggered, the damage is also very satisfying. I like this long blade very much, thank you, village chief. Lu Chen was telling the truth. Before, he had specifically studied the slash blade mod. The reason was very simple, it was cool. Whether it was the attack effects or the skill effects, they were all very eye-catching. Having obtained the white sheath, Lu Chen did not linger and directly said goodbye to the village chief and left the village. At this time, the sky was still dim, and there was still some time before dawn. I wonder if any zombies will appear. Lu Chen thought secretly. If it followed the game's settings, then zombies would inevitably continue to spawn. But Lu Chen discovered that the world here seemed to be different from the rules he had in the game before. For example, when he was crafting an iron sword, he found that he seemed unable to craft an iron pickaxe. He didn't know if it was because the recipe was not unlocked or for other reasons. But this was not a very annoying thing for Lu Chen. After all, he didn't really like boring mining anyway. Leaving the village, Lu Chen held the white sheath and walked towards the north. As for why north, because north is the easiest to identify. As for the outside of the village, it was not as desolate as Lu Chen imagined. In some places, there were even roads paved with stone bricks. There was a road heading exactly north, so Lu Chen followed this road all the way forward. Not long after walking, a forest appeared in front. Although it could not be seen very clearly, Lu Chen recognized at a glance that the forest was an oak forest, which was also the most common forest in MC. There seems to be someone ahead. Lu Chen vaguely saw a flicker of firelight in the forest. There wouldn't be people doing entertainment in the forest in the middle of the night, right? Lu Chen had a strange expression. These block people played quite wildly. But soon he realized something was wrong. Whoosh! Several arrows actually flew past his head and buried themselves in the mud behind him. It's a skeleton. And zombies. Lu Chen then discovered that the people in the oak forest seemed to be surrounded by these skeletons and zombies. Just as Lu Chen was hesitating whether to save this group of people, the system suddenly gave a prompt. Task name: Rescue the trade caravan. Task introduction: On a dark and windy night, you passed through an oak forest. You discovered a group of people surrounded by monsters inside. It looks like a trade caravan. You, the brave, decide whether to go and rescue the trade caravan that has fallen into danger. Task reward: You will gain their friendship. Relationship with Fengaling Town +5, gain gold coins *10. The currency structure in this world is 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 100 copper coins equals 1000 basic supplies. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Then he gripped the white sheath in his hand and said righteously, as a righteous person, I must rescue the trade caravan from dire straits. Lu Chen did not rush over immediately. Instead, he searched for a suitable spot and leapt onto an oak tree. Although he was very experienced, without armor, his body was still a bit too fragile. Once surrounded by these zombies and skeleton archers, it would be hard to say what might happen. Furthermore, he did not know if he could truly respawn just like Steve. If this happened to be hardcore mode, one of the Minecraft modes where you cannot respawn after death, it would be troublesome. Standing on the oak tree, he was finally able to see the situation ahead clearly. How could so many monsters spawn? Lu Chen gasped. The trade caravan ahead consisted of over a dozen people, but there were only 6 or 7 guards capable of fighting. The guards were mostly equipped with leather armor and iron swords, and behind them were several transport carts, transport minecarts in the original game. However, for some reason, the rails in front of the vehicles had been destroyed, causing their transport carts to be stuck in place. They could not leave the transport carts behind, so they could only stand their ground and defend desperately. Lu Chen rubbed his blocky chin, finally understanding why these people were surrounded here. So it was because they couldn't bear to part with the supplies they were transporting. Lu Chen drew the white sheath that he had been keeping on his person, in his inventory, and prepared to make a move. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid the people below would not be able to hold out much longer. Bin, you must protect the supply carts behind us. This is half a year's production for our Fengling town. If it's destroyed, everyone in the town will have nothing to eat for the next half year, a bearded blocky man said anxiously, holding an iron sword. At this moment, his health was very low, so he had to take a piece of bread from his inventory to replenish his hunger bar. Health regenerates quickly when the hunger bar is greater than or equal to 18/20 points. Father. The young man named Bin couldn't help but redden with tears upon seeing this. However, his combat ability was too low, and he had no way to help his father at all. It's all my fault for being lazy when practicing sword techniques. Bin clenched his fists, trembling slightly. But no matter how many they killed, there was a constant stream of zombies surrounding them, especially with skeleton archers in the distance constantly firing, leaving them teetering on the edge of collapse time and time again. Just when everyone was about to despair and give up, they suddenly noticed that the arrows flying from the distance had suddenly stopped. The damage of this slash blade is indeed high, but it needs to be stacked quickly to increase the damage value. Lu Chen stood at the outermost edge of the zombie encirclement, while a skeleton was turning into white smoke and disappearing on the spot, leaving behind experience orbs and loot on the ground. The bow didn't drop, but a few arrows did. Lu Chen muttered with dissatisfaction, but still collected the arrows into his inventory. Although he didn't need them right now, it was never wrong to hoard supplies. However, Lu Chen's attack attracted the attention of all the nearby skeleton archers, and a few zombies on the periphery also came wobbling toward him. Swish! An arrow flew directly toward him, but Lu Chen dodged it with his movement. I can't let them deal damage, otherwise the stacked slash blade damage stage will drop. Lu Chen's expression turned cold, and he activated his fancy footwork. Arrow after arrow grazed his body, but strangely, not a single one could hit him. Punk, do you really think a skeleton archer like you can hit me with the movement skills I've practiced for 8.5 years? Lu Chen smiled disdainfully and then charged forward. After a skeleton archer attacks, there is a very obvious backswing. This gap in the backswing was Lu Chen's best time to attack. Click. The white sheath in his hand slashed onto a skeleton archer, instantly flashing red, and its health dropped by a large chunk. It's already reached SSS, let's test the damage of the second stage. The slash blade score in front of Lu Chen had already reached SSS, and the damage had become quite terrifying. Click. With another flash of red light, the skeleton archer's remaining health, which was more than half, dropped directly to 0. It turned into experience orbs and loot on the ground. The damage is pretty good, but there are too many restrictions, I can't take any damage. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with this damage. After all, if he used a normal weapon, he would probably only be able to deal this much damage with a diamond sword. Immediately after, Lu Chen turned his head and laughed wickedly at the other skeleton archers. The skeleton archers nearly lost their grip on their bows, their vocal cord-less mouths opening and closing, as if questioning who exactly was the villain. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Chen clapped his hands, looking at the loot and experience covering the ground, and nodded in satisfaction. There's actually no auto pickup. Bad review. Lu Chen muttered while picking up bones and arrows. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Congratulations, you have unlocked a new feature, enchanting. Lu Chen was stunned, then became excited. In fact, he had never really paid much attention to his level, as in the game, levels only had the function of enchanting. And it also had to be used in conjunction with an enchanting table. But he didn't expect the system to be able to directly unlock the enchanting feature, which meant he could directly enchant without needing an enchanting table. Please call me a mobile enchanting table, okay. He opened the enchanting interface, and sure enough, a familiar aura wafted over. However, there didn't seem to be a slot for lapis lazuli. Could it be that enchanting in this world's version doesn't require lapis lazuli? Lu Chen thought, rubbing his blocky chin. He tried putting the white sheath in his hand inside, and the enchanting interface instantly displayed three options. Basic enchanting. Consumes 5 levels of experience, can randomly obtain one enchanting attribute, has a chance to obtain an additional attribute. Intermediate enchanting, insufficient experience, consumes 15 levels of experience, can randomly obtain 2 enchanting attributes, has a chance to obtain an additional attribute. Advanced enchanting, insufficient experience, consumes 30 levels of experience, can randomly obtain 3 enchanting attributes, has a chance to obtain an additional attribute. This was about the same, except that the attributes had all become hidden. This meant that he also didn't know exactly what would be enchanted. Money can't change fate, and luck can't save a loser. Whatever, just enchant it first. Enchanting successful. Name: Sharp Blade White Sheath. Durability: 37/43. Status: None. Mark: None. Skill: Phantom Sword Tier 1. Enchanting: Sharpness 3 Thorns Eye. I've finally gotten lucky once. Lu Chen was almost on the verge of shedding tears of excitement. It actually activated the effect of that one additional enchantment. And it was thorns, which belonged to the special attributes. Holding the enchanted white sheath in his hand, Lu Chen was already feeling eager to try it out. Just then, a few zombies came slowly walking from the distance, charging at Lu Chen as if they were old men strolling down the street. Tilde. The zombies' sound was still just as friendly. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then directly drew the white sheath. I say, there are zombies coming from afar to deliver experience points, is this not a joy? Not long after, the few zombies turned into experience points and merged into Lu Chen's body. As for the rotten flesh, Lu Chen also collected it. In case he later activated the rotten flesh to leather mod, these pieces of rotten flesh would come in handy. As for eating, Lu Chen looked at the questionable-smelling rotten flesh and thought it was better to forget about it. Lu Chen, would rather jump down from here and starve to death today than ever eat this rotten flesh. After picking up all the loot, Lu Chen returned to the position where he had been just moments ago. Because the skeletons had all been cleared out by Lu Chen, the pressure on the Fengling town trade caravan was greatly reduced. They were not only repelling the zombie attacks one after another but even showing signs of counter-attacking. Since that's the case, I might as well be a good person to the end. I'll help them completely crush the zombies. Looking at the experience points scattered all over the ground in the distance, Lu Chen almost drooled, but he immediately said righteously. Father, look, someone is coming over there. Bin saw Lu Chen gradually approaching and tugged on the bearded man beside him. Isn't that the warrior who just helped us repel the skeleton archer? The bearded man, who had retreated to the back of the team to recover health, said excitedly. The scene where Lu Chen had single-handedly lured away the surrounding skeleton archers had been noticed by everyone present, and they had all come to regard him as a warrior wandering the wilderness. At this moment, the return of the warrior greatly boosted their confidence, and they kept hacking at the zombies with the weapons in their hands. Phantom Sword. Lu Chen immediately used the skill he had just acquired. A massive sword of energy slashed forward. Congratulations, you have reached level 7. The powerful Phantom Sword instantly killed these ordinary zombies, turning them into a large amount of experience that was absorbed by Lu Chen. Coupled with the experience generated from the zombies killed by the Fengling town trade caravan earlier, Lu Chen's level actually returned to level 7. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The guards of the trade caravan also took the opportunity to kill all the remaining zombies, and the crisis for the trade caravan was finally resolved. Quest completed, rewards have been placed in your inventory. Lu Chen checked his inventory, and sure enough, 10 gold coins were lying quietly inside. Warrior. Hello, I am Captain Lei Shan of the Fengling town trade caravan. Seeing Lu Chen standing still, the bearded man thought he was unwilling to interact with them, so he hurriedly walked forward. Hello. I am Lu Chen. Lu Chen also gave a simple self-introduction. Thanks to warrior Lu Chen, otherwise our trade caravan would likely have suffered heavy losses. Captain Lei Shan looked at the heavily injured trade caravan and sighed heavily. Lu Chen didn't say much, just shook his head. If he hadn't arrived in time, this trade caravan would likely have been crushed by these zombies. This is our Fengaling Town Warrior Medal. With this badge, you are the most honored guest of our Fengaling Town. Captain Lei Shan handed a medal badge to Lu Chen. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, Fengaling Town Warrior Medal. Fengaling Town Warrior Medal. You are a recognized warrior of Fengaling Town and also the most honored guest of Fengaling Town. With this badge, your attack power +1. Captain Lei Shan favorability +10. Lu Chen was slightly surprised, he hadn't expected to receive an unexpected bonus in addition to the quest rewards. It seems I should do more good deeds in the future. Roar. Just as Lu Chen was chatting with Captain Lei Shan, a huge roar came from the depths of the forest. What sound is that? Captain Lei Shan widened his eyes and looked toward the depths of the forest with a vigilant expression. Congratulations, you have unlocked an encounter. Zombie King's Anger. Congratulations, you have activated the Mutant Creatures mod. Mutant Creatures. Lu Chen's expression changed. He remembered this mod very clearly. He had even been abused by it for a long time when he first encountered it. The content of the mod was very simple. Based on the creatures in the original world, mutations could occur, creating the Zombie King, Skeleton King, and so on. The attributes of these mutant creatures were terrifyingly high, and they would also have various strange abilities. For example, the Zombie King he was encountering now not only had terrifying skills like shockwaves, throwing hammer strikes, roars, and summoning zombies, but the key was that it had a full 5 lives. Moreover, you had to use flint and steel to burn its corpse to completely eliminate it. Otherwise, it would still be able to continue resurrecting. This mod wasn't too difficult in the late game, but if you encountered these monsters in the early game, even the best operations would only result in running away. Run! Lu Chen shouted to the crowd, then immediately took off running. Roar! With another huge roar, a massive figure walked out from the depths of the forest. Wherever it passed, the trees were actually smashed directly, turning into floating wood blocks on the ground. Seemingly having discovered Lu Chen's rapidly fleeing figure, the Zombie King changed its direction and charged toward Lu Chen. Looking at the figures of Lu Chen and the Zombie King gradually disappearing, the people of Fengaling Town could not help but have teary eyes. Father, warrior Lu Chen is truly too great. He actually sacrificed himself to lure away such a terrifying monster. He is worthy of the name of a warrior. A-Bin came to Captain Lei Shan's side and said with red eyes. Indeed. This is a true warrior. Captain Lei Shan also couldn't help but exclaim before calling for everyone to hurry up and repair the rails. After all, if warrior Lu Chen accidentally got caught by that monster, it probably wouldn't let them go either. Lu Chen, who was constantly fleeing through the oak forest, was cursing. He really couldn't understand why this Zombie King had locked onto him. Shouldn't it be easier to draw monster aggro when there are more people? Fortunately, the Zombie King's size was too large, and the many trees here kept its pace very slow. However, Lu Chen's hunger bar was dropping very quickly while in a sprinting state, and before long, he could clearly feel that his stomach was hungry. But he hadn't prepared much food at all, and now the only thing he could eat on his body was probably one thing. Rotten flesh. As a food, despised by someone, it can be eaten when you don't have any other food. After eating, there is an 80% chance of gaining the hunger eye effect for 30 seconds. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even at a time like this, the system was still teasing him in the description. Forget it, for the sake of survival, I, Lu Chen, will endure it. Lu Chen bit the bullet and took the rotten flesh out of his inventory. Oh, so delicious. Putting the rotten flesh into his mouth, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed, not that bad. Achievement unlocked. Strong stomach. Achievement reward. None. Lu Chen curled his lips, thinking the system was really stingy, not even willing to give any rewards. Quickly finishing off the rotten flesh in his hand, Lu Chen's hunger bar reached full capacity. However, you have triggered the hunger status. Hunger 15 minutes remaining, decreases hunger bar by hunger level asterisk 1 per minute. As expected, Lu Chen had long guessed that the hunger debuff would be triggered. After all, with an 80% trigger chance, it was basically guaranteed to trigger. However, Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to it, as he could infinitely use rotten flesh to restore his hunger bar during this period. As for rotten flesh, Lu Chen was really not lacking. The rotten flesh from the zombies he just killed at the Fengling town trade caravan had all been collected into Lu Chen's inventory. The others didn't say much about it. After all, not many people would think of eating something like rotten flesh. Following that, he stuffed another piece of rotten flesh into his mouth, keeping his speed at the maximum value. But if things continued like this, it wouldn't be a solution. Food would eventually run out, but the zombie king behind him would never know fatigue. As the situation shifted, he would likely be torn to shreds before long. He had thought about using the dig 3, fill 1 method. But when he tried to punch the blocks with his hand, he received a prompt. Please use the appropriate tool for this operation. Does this mean he's playing in adventure mode? If he had known, he would have asked the village chief for a shovel when he left the village, and he wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. After a while, Lu Chen suddenly noticed there was no sound behind him. Looking back, he found that the zombie king had disappeared at some point. Lu Chen shook his head, perhaps it had exceeded the aggro range. Once the aggro range is lost, the monster naturally stops and stands still. However, Lu Chen looked up towards the distance in front of him. Through the gaps in the oak forest, he could clearly see a small town ahead. He just didn't know if it was Fengling town. At this moment, sunlight was already beginning to spill onto the land in the sky, and the square sun had started to climb from the edge of the horizon. Lu Chen also let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, the world during the day is much safer than at night. At the very least, things like zombies generally cannot survive during the day. Eating another piece of rotten flesh to replenish his rapidly dropping hunger bar, Lu Chen walked quickly towards the distant town. Before he even reached the town, Lu Chen could clearly see the huge wooden sign hanging on the town gate in the distance, with the 3 large characters, Fengling Town, written on it. It seems I didn't come to the wrong place. Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. With the Fengling Town warrior badge in hand, being able to reach Fengling Town was naturally the best plan. After all, he still had many things to do upon arriving in the town. When he walked into the town, Lu Chen could clearly feel the people around him looking at him strangely, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Chen naturally knew why they were so curious. After all, in their eyes, Steve's appearance was no different from seeing an alien. Hello, are you an outsider? Just as Lu Chen was hesitating about where to go first, a small child came up to him and curiously tugged at the corner of his clothes. Xiao Tong, don't be rude. A gentle voice promptly stopped Xiao Tong's actions. Lu Chen looked up and found it was a young woman. A pretty blocky face, a pair of phoenix eyes, a dainty nose, thin lips. If viewed solely from the perspective of a block person, this woman could be described as having peerless beauty. Unfortunately, in Lu Chen's eyes, she was just a block person after all. I'm sorry, my younger brother is just curious. After all, it's been a long time since an outsider visited our town. The young woman smiled apologetically and pulled her brother back. Lu Chen shook his head, naturally not minding these things, but he was curious why she said it had been a long time since an outsider had visited. Since Captain Lei Shan and the others often went out, it proved that the town had connections with the outside world. So why did no one come here? Lu Chen voiced his inner question, but the young woman's eyes dimmed slightly, and after a while, she explained, because our place has a nickname in the outside world, the place where demons are born. The place where demons are born. Lu Chen became even more curious. But just as he wanted to continue asking, the young woman hurriedly grabbed her brother and ran away. Lu Chen was very depressed. Did he look like a bad guy? Why were they so afraid of him? Congratulations, you have unlocked an adventure, the Demon of Fengling Town. Mission name, Please investigate the origin of the Fengaling Town demon. Mission reward. Hunting level +5. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. The richness of this reward exceeded his expectations. Hunting level is one of the basic skills in the Nevermind. It concerns whether you can attack high-level Nevermind monsters in the future. If your level is not high enough, you won't even be able to attack some monsters. However, hunting level can only be accumulated bit by killing monsters. Lu Chen had killed so many zombies and skeletons, yet he had only raised the hunting level progress bar to about halfway. But this mission directly raised it by 5 levels, enough to allow Lu Chen to kill some low-level Nevermind monsters to level up even faster. However, Lu Chen quickly calmed down. Such a rich reward proved that this mission was not simple. After all, the purpose of the mission is to investigate, but it is hard to say what might be encountered during the investigation. If there is some hidden danger, he might not even know how he died. After thinking about it, Lu Chen did not go to investigate this matter immediately, but first went to find the town's mayor. After all, he still had a Fengaling Town warrior badge in his hand, it should be put to some use. After searching for a long while, Lu Chen finally managed to find the mayor wandering around the town. Child, looking at your face, you seem to be an outsider. The mayor stopped in his tracks upon seeing Lu Chen. I'm afraid anyone who isn't blind can tell. Lu Chen curled his lips and said speechlessly. Having been retorted by Lu Chen, the mayor didn't get angry, but just stroked his non-existent beard and said, I guess you came for that demon that once appeared in Fengaling Town. This surprised Lu Chen. How did this mayor guess it? Seemingly having seen the badge in Lu Chen's hand, the mayor exclaimed and then said, Child, you have our Fengaling Town warrior badge. Lu Chen briefly described his encounter last night and told him what he wanted to ask, then looked at the mayor. Since you are an honored guest of our Fengaling Town, I won't beat around the bush. That demon was once the nightmare of the entire block world, and he was also a person abandoned by God. The mayor said slowly. Then who exactly is it, what happened, and why did it become the demon people speak of? Lu Chen asked in succession, extremely curious about this demon passed down by word of mouth. Ahem, don't be in such a rush, child. Sit down and let's chat slowly. As he spoke, the mayor placed 2 wooden blocks on the ground. Sitting on one of the wooden blocks, the mayor saw Lu Chen staring intently at him and smiled helplessly. Actually, that devil people talk about was once just a child about your age. Many people don't know where he came from, he just suddenly appeared in Fengaling Town. The block world back then wasn't as stable and harmonious as it is now, there were many terrifying monsters in the wild. As soon as this young man appeared, he cleared out the monsters near Fengaling Town. People treated him as a hero. Then why did he come to Fengaling Town? Lu Chen couldn't help but interject. The location and scale of Fengaling Town weren't bad, but they certainly couldn't be called good either. Logically speaking, no one would come here specifically unless there was something here that made it a must-visit. Just as expected, the mayor said unhurriedly, later, we found out that he had his eyes on a treasure in Fengaling Town. A treasure? Lu Chen asked, confused. Could this tiny Fengaling Town actually have a treasure capable of catching a devil's eye? This treasure is extremely precious, it was brought back by a hero who once left Fengaling Town. That hero once participated in the Battle of the End, and this treasure came from that mysterious place. The End. Lu Chen suddenly realized and vaguely guessed what that treasure was. An Ender Dragon egg. If it could be called a treasure and brought out from the End, it was likely only a dragon egg. As for why that devil came to Fengaling Town, it was obvious. That guy was probably trying to hatch an Ender Dragon. The power of the Ender Dragon was unquestionable. It was even more terrifying when strengthened by the Nevermind mod. But Lu Chen was more concerned about what happened to that devil. After all, if that guy had been allowed to run rampant, the block world probably wouldn't be as peaceful as it is now. After obtaining the dragon egg, that guy revealed his true colors. In order to hatch the dragon egg, he didn't hesitate to open a nether portal. If it weren't for the 4 great heroes intervening, the entire block world would likely have been destroyed by his hands. When the mayor spoke of this history, a trace of fear still lingered in his eyes. After all, he was someone who had personally experienced these events. The scenes of those monsters rampaging were still vivid in his mind. If it were just an ender dragon, it probably wouldn't have caused such serious consequences, right? Lu Chen asked curiously. If it were just an ender dragon, claiming it could destroy the entire world would be a bit of an exaggeration. If it were just an ender dragon, of course, it wouldn't be enough to destroy the block world. But that devil's ultimate goal was to release the ultimate evil sealed in the endless nether. Him. The mayor's voice became shrill. Him. One of the two legendary creator gods. Lu Chen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. He had heard of the story of him, and there was even a classic version circulating among some players. Legend has it that these two creator gods were born simultaneously in the void. They created the entire block world. But they were not satisfied with a world that only contained matter. Thus, one life after another was born. In the beginning, all life completely obeyed these two founders. But the creator god Nach felt that creatures that only obeyed orders could not truly be called life. Thus, Steve was born from his hands. Later, Nach granted all creatures free will, but this was discovered by him. Unlike Nach's philosophy, he always believed that these created creatures should unconditionally obey them. Thus, the two creator gods had their first disagreement. Later, Nach went to the void, while him directly created zombies, skeletons, and various other monsters to exterminate the creatures Nach had created. When Nach returned to the block world, all he saw was devastation. An enraged Nach found him, and the two creator gods fought directly due to their disagreement. Later generations called this the War of Creation. The final result was only that him was sealed by Nach in the nether, while Nach headed to the void to find a way to kill him and went missing. Furthermore, in this legend, the War of Creation was not just a battle between Nach and him, the lives they created also waged a great war. And the end and the nether were precisely created by him. And the reason that Devil wanted to fight for the dragon egg was likely to use the Ender Dragon to find a way to break Him's seal. But it seemed he had failed. However, what made Lu Chen curious was what kind of existence that Devil was, and why he would think to break Him's seal. But the mayor's next words made Lu Chen's expression change. Do you know? You look exactly like that devil from 10 years ago. The mayor said calmly, his eyes flickering with light. What? Lu Chen was shocked. That devil was also a Steve. Could it be that someone else had also transmigrated into this world? Lu Chen was both shocked and delighted. If someone else had also come to this world, it proved he wasn't an isolated case. If he could find that person, perhaps he could find a way back home. What happened to that devil in the end? Lu Chen asked urgently. The mayor carefully observed Lu Chen's eyes, finally sighed, and said, that devil was killed by the joint efforts of the four great heroes. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart sank. Killed. It seemed Lu Chen's guess was correct. If killed, there was truly no way to resurrect. Otherwise, that predecessor would certainly not have remained silent for these 10 years. It's just that. Lu Chen was very curious about why this predecessor would think to release him. Could it be that he knew some clues, and these clues were related to him? Beep. Task complete. Congratulations, your hunting level has reached level 5. Congratulations, you have obtained the basic attribute, Strength 2. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Hunting Codex. Hunting Codex. For the first time you kill a creature in the Codex, you can randomly obtain one of the creature's abilities. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Both of these were good things. The permanent attribute Strength 2 went without saying, and the function of this Hunting Codex was even more outrageous. Opening the Hunting Codex, Lu Chen found icons of various creatures on it. Zombies, skeletons, creepers. Even creatures from the Nevermind appeared on it. As long as he killed these creatures in the Codex for the first time, he could randomly draw one of these monsters' attributes. However, with Lu Chen's current strength, trying to kill these Nevermind monsters was probably wishful thinking. Dealing with some ordinary raiders, low-level Nevermind monsters that look like long-legged yellow birds was fine, but anything higher level would probably be suicidal. Child, I hope you do not follow in his footsteps and go down the wrong path. Just as Lu Chen was excitedly flipping through the hunting codex, the mayor of Windbell Town said earnestly. Lu Chen closed the book and said with a solemn expression, "That goes without saying. I, Lu Chen, am an outstanding young pioneer and a successor to the future of socialism. How could I ever do something so harmful and evil?" The mayor of Windbell Town nodded with satisfaction. It seemed this child was decent and not as extreme as that person 10 years ago. By the way, are there any extra dragon eggs in Fengeling Town? I don't mean anything else by it. I just want to study them and see them for myself, Lu Chen said with a straight face. Cough. Cough. The mayor of Windbell Town nearly spat out the water he had just been drinking. Everything he said before sounded so good, talking about being an outstanding member. Although the mayor of Windbell Town didn't know what those terms meant, they sounded quite impressive. Yet, in the end, he was actually plotting to get his hands on a dragon egg. There aren't any. How could there still be dragon eggs? If you want a dragon egg, it's not impossible, but you'll have to go to the end and get it yourself. Lu Chen shrank his head back and muttered in a low voice. Fine, if there aren't any, then there aren't any. I thought this warrior badge would be useful, but it can't even trade for a single dragon egg. Although the voice was very soft, under Lu Chen's deliberate control, it still reached the ears of the mayor of Windbell Town. Giving Lu Chen a helpless glance, the mayor of Windbell Town finally understood what Lu Chen was trying to do. Isn't it just that you want some benefits? That's not impossible. The mayor of Windbell Town thought carefully and then said. If you go and clear out the monsters that have appeared around Fengeling Town, I promise to upgrade that long blade in your hand. Quest obtained. The mayor of Windbell Town's commission. Description. To appease someone, the mayor of Windbell Town promised him that if he clears all monsters within a 1-kilometer radius of Fengeling Town, he will receive one weapon upgrade. Quest reward. Long blade white sheath upgraded to Odachi. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. That was more like it. Although he wouldn't do anything to these villagers based on humanitarian principles, he still had to fleece them when he could. Furthermore, he felt that returning to his original world probably wouldn't be that easy. Even that demon, who was suspected of having transmigrated just like him, was so powerful yet still failed to succeed and was even killed. However, this at least gave Lu Chen a signal. This world hid secrets that could allow him to return to his original world. As for learning from that guy and releasing him, Lu Chen wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Who knows if that him wouldn't just turn around and kill him instantly. After all, his current identity is Steve, and the thing him hates most is Steve, who was granted free will by Notch. However, that story didn't mention where Notch went after sealing him. This was also a point of confusion for Lu Chen. Why didn't that person go find Notch, and instead risk being an enemy of the whole world to find him? Sigh, I'd better focus on improving my strength as soon as possible. Lu Chen shook his head. With his current strength, he probably couldn't even make a splash in this world. This made Lu Chen even more desperate to improve his strength. After all, only with sufficient strength could he support his continued exploration of the secrets of this world. After tidying up his equipment, Lu Chen realized that the mayor of Windbell Town had already left at some point. Shaking his head, Lu Chen headed straight for the entrance of Fengeling Town. Anyway, the monk might run, but the temple won't. No matter what, he couldn't leave this town. At this moment, the outskirts of the town were already crowded with residents of Fengeling Town. It seemed news had spread that a warrior was going to clear out the monsters around the town, and many of the town's residents wanted to see the legendary new warrior with their own eyes. Lu Chen just looked at the crowd gathered in front, solemnly adjusted his clothes, took the white sheath in his hand, and walked over, pretending to be aloof. Big sister, look, isn't that the outsider warrior? A child shouted in surprise. Warrior. Where? The crowd nearby became excited upon hearing this. There, he's coming over. He's so handsome. A cute girl with a few freckles on her face screamed. Everyone crowded around, all wanting to interact with this new warrior. After all, the existence of a warrior was truly rare for their village. In the entire town, only Captain Lei Shan from the trade team had ever obtained a warrior badge. A warrior is a symbol of bravery and nobility. Even in those big cities, warriors can receive many special privileges. Just as Lu Chen intended to walk past while pretending to be aloof, a tall figure blocked his path. A physique comparable to an iron golem made Lu Chen slightly startled. He hadn't expected there to be someone with such a build among the villagers. You're the warrior recognized by that guy, Captain Lei Shan. You don't look like much. The tall guy folded his arms in front of his chest, looking with disdain at Lu Chen, who appeared incredibly thin and small compared to him. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at this tall guy who had come with ill intentions. He had seen people posturing before, but this was the first one who dared to posture in front of him. Lei Li, what are you doing? This is the warrior recognized by Captain Lei Shan. Are you questioning your brother's judgment? At this moment, the mayor of Windbell Town walked out from the crowd, his cane tapping the stone floor in anger. Lei Li just grinned and laughed, pointing at Lu Chen, Captain Lei Shan's judgment. This little physique probably wouldn't even be enough for one of my punches. As he spoke, he stared fixedly at Lu Chen with a provocative gaze. He had originally thought that under the suppression of his physique, this little guy would show even a hint of timidity. But he was disappointed. In Lu Chen's eyes, there was only a calmness like stagnant water, even carrying a trace of mockery. Lu Chen, absolutely do not provoke this guy. His strength is not below that of Captain Lei Shan. The mayor of Windbell Town, seemingly noticing that Lu Chen was actively provoking Lei Li, quickly warned him. After all, although Lei Li's personality wasn't great, his strength was unquestionable. Even Captain Lei Shan could only defeat his younger brother by relying on his weapon. Right now, although Lu Chen had the warrior badge given by Captain Lei Shan, the mayor of Windbell Town didn't have a deep understanding of Lu Chen's true strength, believing that Lu Chen was at most about the same as Captain Lei Shan. But if it were just hand-to-hand combat, two Captain Lei Shans probably wouldn't be a match for this Lei Li. As for Lu Chen's small physique, it was even more worrying. Dare to spar with me in hand-to-hand combat. Lei Li glanced inadvertently at the white sheath in Lu Chen's hand. The blade's edge made the back of his neck feel slightly cold. He had originally thought Lu Chen would retreat out of fear, but to his surprise, Lu Chen smiled. Sure. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then instantly erupted into an uproar. The warrior is going to duel with Lei Li. As the bully of Fengling Town, Lei Li's strength was absolutely the strongest in Fengling Town. If it weren't for his personality issues, Captain Lei Shan would likely have passed the warrior badge to Lei Li. And now that this warrior had accepted Lei Li's duel request, it meant they would be able to witness with their own eyes the gap between Lei Li and a true warrior. On the spacious street, Lei Li and Lu Chen stood on opposite sides. The surrounding area was packed with onlookers from the town. Watching Lu Chen put down the white sheath, Lei Li appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was quite confident in his own fist and foot combat skills, it was a different story when facing that long blade. After all, he didn't know how to use weapons, and was not even as good as his nephew, A Bin. As for Lu Chen, he wore an inscrutable expression, merely glancing at his status bar. Strength 2. Increases base damage by 260%. His courage didn't come from thin air, it was provided by Strength 2. He didn't believe this Lei Li's base stats could be more than double his own. Kid, watch closely. Before Lu Chen could even stand firm, Lei Li rushed over. His tall figure appeared quite imposing as he moved at speed. Looking at Lu Chen, who was right before him, Lei Li bared his teeth, as if victory were already in his grasp. After all, even Captain Lei Shan didn't dare let him get close. However, what he didn't know was that the reason Lu Chen had obtained this warrior badge was because he had rescued Captain Lei Shan from being surrounded by a group of zombies and skeletons. Watching the fist growing larger before his eyes, Lu Chen executed a sweep kick directly into Lei Li's abdomen. Bang! With the sound of an impact, Lei Li's body flew straight back. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking with shock at Lu Chen, who stood motionless on the spot. Is this the strength of a warrior? In fact, it wasn't just them, even Lu Chen himself was a bit surprised. Logically speaking, he should only have a damage bonus, but there definitely shouldn't be a knockback effect like this. Could it be that his body had also been subjected to enchanting? But after scanning his status bar again, Lu Chen realized what had just happened. He had triggered a base status from the Nevermind, Bloodthirst. Under the Bloodthirst status, his attacks not only received a bonus but even gained an additional knockback effect. As expected, I didn't choose the Nevermind wrong, Lu Chen thought to himself. Although the difficulty of the Nevermind was immense, the various buffs it provided were also very significant. And as far as he could tell for now, the overworld wasn't actually being affected by the Nevermind all that much. At the very least, he hadn't encountered any powerful monsters from the Nevermind yet. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that these monsters just hadn't appeared yet. After all, according to the mayor of Windbell Town, even zombies had only started appearing recently. It was as if it had been in peaceful mode the whole time before. At this moment, Lu Chen couldn't help but worry. He hoped he hadn't just kicked that guy named Lei Li to death. Regardless, he was a villager of Fengling Town, and it would be somewhat bad if he had just kicked him to death like that. Cough, cough. A difficult coughing sound pulled everyone back to their senses. Only then did they remember Lei Li. Big sister, will the bully brother be kicked to death by the warrior brother? Xiao Tong asked curiously, holding her sister's hand with wide eyes. Her sister couldn't help but smile wryly, and could only stroke Xiao Tong's head and say, "No, the warrior brother is here to protect us, not to hurt us." Then why does everyone say that the warrior brother from 10 years ago hurt everyone? Xiao Tong asked, tilting her head. Her sister's hand, which had been stroking Xiao Tong's head, noticeably stiffened, then she smiled and said nothing more. Xiao Tong blinked her eyes twice, looked at Lu Chen, and said, "The warrior brother is so handsome. When I grow up, I want to be a warrior too." Lei Li struggled to climb up from the ground, one hand clutching his abdomen. "I have lost. You are very strong. The warrior badge of Fengling Town is in your hands, I am convinced." Lei Li cupped his fists, then hurriedly left this place of trouble. After all, having been defeated in one move, wouldn't staying here only cause him to lose even more face? The many residents of Fengling Town watching Lei Li's back didn't feel pity, rather, it was as if they had vented some pent-up anger. After all, Lei Li had relied on his own strength and his brother's status to commit many misdeeds in Fengling Town. Now that Lu Chen, as the warrior, had taught him a lesson, it certainly counted as venting some anger for them. However, when everyone shifted their gaze back, they realized that Lu Chen had actually vanished. That's right, Lu Chen had slipped away. He didn't want to welcome any cheers and applause. After all, his standard of conduct was low profile. Actually, he was afraid the residents of Fengling Town would take revenge for Lei Li. Lu Chen jogged all the way to the outer area of Fengling Town. The south side of Fengling Town bordered a forest, while the other three sides were all grasslands. This terrain was very suitable for living and production. However, scattered monsters had now appeared in many places. The three sides of the grassland were okay. In the daytime, there were only some spiders and creepers, with a few scattered raiders. But the forest side he had come from was more difficult to deal with. Because of the protection of the tree shade, many zombies and skeletons were safe and sound in the shadows. If it were just that, it would be fine. Lu Chen could deal with these ordinary monsters quite easily. But he had just observed that, at some point, a few nature monsters of the overworld from the Nevermind, green all over, can absorb enemy energy to restore their own stamina, and goblins, creatures of the Nevermind, skilled in group combat. Ranged attacks, high attack frequency, had spawned in the forest. The nature monsters had 30 HP, and he could take them out in 3 hits with his current strength buff, but the key was that his defense couldn't withstand the barrage from these 7 or 8 goblins. After all, he wasn't wearing any armor at all right now. Lu Chen thought for a while and decided to clear out the monsters on the 3 sides of the grassland first. As for armor, if it really came to it, he could go to Fengling Town and buy some iron ingots. After all, he still had 10 gold coins. You're the one. Lu Chen observed for a moment and chose a spider to start with. Hiss. The spider saw Lu Chen and made a warning sound. In the daytime, spiders would not actively attack humans, but if a human attacked first, it would naturally fight back. However, Lu Chen wouldn't give it a chance to fight back. Ding tilde. Lu Chen drew the white sheath and slashed at the spider's body. The spider's body turned red, and its HP instantly dropped by a large chunk. This single strike from Lu Chen had basically almost killed the spider. Of course, it didn't matter if it didn't die in one hit, he would just land another one. Congratulations, you have killed a spider for the first time. Randomly drawing an ability. Congratulations, you have obtained a special ability, night vision. I thought I'd be able to get the spider's ability to shoot webs. Lu Chen muttered softly. However, once he imagined himself shooting webs, Lu Chen suddenly felt that night vision wasn't too bad after all. The key is that the abilities extracted from the bodies of these monsters are permanent. Unlike potions, which only provide buffs for a short time. Now he didn't have to worry about not being able to see the road at night, which saved him the trouble of using torches. However, when Lu Chen opened the hunting codex again, he discovered a countdown timer on it. Hunting codex. Cooling down, remaining cooldown time, 1 day. Good grief, it turns out even getting a first kill, had a cooldown. So, even if he killed other monsters now, he wouldn't be able to get a first kill for the hunting codex. Lu Chen shook his head. If he had known, he would have gone to kill a creeper first. He might have been able to get a self-destruct ability or something. At the very least, he could have killed a raider. Who knows, he might have gained a fast running ability. Look at how fast those raiders are moving their little legs. Wait. Those raiders seem to be charging right at him. They can still aggro from such a long distance. The raiders were very small, except for their 2 long, thin legs. He didn't know if they had some special bonus, but the speed at which these raiders charged was like they had drunk a speed potion. Slash. Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, and the white sheath in his hand was unsheathed. Experience gained *12. Lu Chen directly used Phantom Sword to kill all the charging raiders. Although these raiders moved quickly, their attack power and health were not high, even an iron sword could easily kill them. However, being surrounded and attacked by several raiders was a troublesome affair, and Lu Chen hated trouble the most. As for the few feathers dropped by the killed raiders, Lu Chen did not pick them up. There were still a bunch of monsters waiting for him to clear ahead, and since his inventory space was limited, he didn't plan on picking up less important supplies. With his rich experience, Lu Chen gradually cleared out the monsters bit by bit. The monsters in the east, west, and north directions of Fengling Town gradually decreased until none were left. Lu Chen patted the white sheath, which didn't have much durability left, and glanced at the sky. Although the monsters weren't easy to deal with, in order to avoid taking damage, Lu Chen had put in a lot of effort to clear these 3 sides. During this time, Lu Chen had replenished his hunger bar quite a bit, all relying on rotten flesh to sustain himself. He had almost finished off the dozens of portions of rotten flesh he had collected in his inventory. It's almost dark, but I have the special ability night vision, so it won't affect me much. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided to clear out the monsters in the forest in one go. Lu Chen also discovered that the monster spawning mechanism in this world seemed a bit different. It wasn't just simple nighttime spawning, but rather them moving over from other areas. In other words, these monsters likely had a fixed monster spawner, though he didn't know exactly where these spawners were located. This was actually a good thing for Lu Chen. After all, if monsters spawned at night, the areas he had just cleared would likely be filled with zombies and skeletons again. Stuffing a piece of rotten flesh into his mouth to replenish his hunger, Lu Chen grabbed the white sheath and headed toward the forest to the south. Unlike during the day, some of the monsters in the forest seemed to have disappeared. However, nature and goblins were still there, while the zombies and skeletons were nowhere to be seen. Could they have been lured somewhere else? Lu Chen hid on a slope and observed the forest. He had roughly figured out the aggro mechanism of these monsters. As long as he didn't expose himself to their line of sight, he basically wouldn't attract aggro. When he was being chased by the mutated zombie king, it was likely that it lost sight of him in the forest, which was why it stopped the chase. After observing for a while longer and confirming there were no other monsters, Lu Chen prepared to make his move. Stealthily sneaking behind an oak tree, Lu Chen counted the distance between himself and the goblins. At this moment, the goblins, still wandering around, had no idea that danger had arrived. Phantom Sword. Slash. Seeing that several goblins had entered his attack range, Lu Chen didn't hesitate and directly used Phantom Sword. A ray of light instantly manifested on the blade of the white sheath and flashed by, and then the bodies of those goblins instantly turned red, their health dropping to 0. As expected, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. His strength buff could also be applied to skills. Under the enhancement of Strength 2, Phantom Sword could instantly kill the goblins. It was just a pity that the cooldown of Phantom Sword was quite long, so he had to lie in ambush beforehand and look for opportunities to kill these troublesome goblins first. Although 2 goblins remained, they no longer posed a threat to Lu Chen. Taking advantage of the fact that nature hadn't charged over yet, Lu Chen rushed directly toward the remaining 2 goblins. Your brothers are all dead, how do you have the face to continue living in this world? He slashed continuously with the white sheath in his hand, and the rating of his slash blade continued to increase. Ding! A shining magic missile hit Lu Chen, causing his body to stiffen for a moment before recovering. He glanced at his health. This single magic missile had knocked off 1/10 of his health. This meant that he would be GG if he got hit by 10 such magic missiles. And the attack speed of these goblins was not as slow as skeletons, they fired their magic missiles like they were free. This was also the reason why Lu Chen intended to eliminate these goblins first. Although they couldn't be called very strong, they were definitely very troublesome. Although he had been hit by 1 magic missile, Lu Chen still successfully finished off the remaining 2 goblins. You have been attacked by nature, ability reduced by 20. Before Lu Chen could react, an attack struck his body, and his health dropped directly to 70%. The energy value on his panel also decreased by 20 points. However, he didn't have any energy weapons right now, so even if his energy value dropped to 0, it wouldn't have much of an impact on him. Lu Chen quickly created some distance and turned to face the slowly arriving nature. If these nature and goblins teamed up, he might find himself in a real mess. But the goblins had been wiped out by his 1 phantom sword strike, and for him, these nature that could only attack at close range were truly not that difficult to deal with. As long as he controlled the attack distance well, he could completely achieve a no-damage kill. Gripping the white sheath in his hand, Lu Chen circled directly toward a tree. The intelligence of these nature was not high, they only knew how to attack the human in front of them by instinct. Seeing this human running forward, the nature followed. Within 10 minutes, Lu Chen walked out of the forest. Squinting at the square moon in the sky, Lu Chen hummed a tune as he walked toward Fengling town. Time to find the old mayor and upgrade the white sheath. Walking swaggeringly back into Fengling town, Lu Chen went straight to look for the location where the mayor was. But what depressed Lu Chen was that he seemed unable to find the mayor. After all, the area of Fengling town was not small, and Lu Chen, unfamiliar with the place, got dizzy from turning around after a while. World's #1 blacksmith shop. Lu Chen looked at the sign in front of him and muttered, unknowingly having arrived in front of a blacksmith shop storefront. Could this be the legendary, great hermits hide in the city, small hermits hide in the wild? I didn't expect that in this small Fengling town, there would actually be such a hidden world's #1 blacksmith shop. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked in. Since he couldn't find the mayor for the time being, he might as well go in and see what was so impressive about this blacksmith shop that dared to call itself the world's #1. Perhaps because it was nighttime, there was no one in the blacksmith shop. The inside of the blacksmith shop wasn't very large, but it was well equipped with all sorts of things. Anvils and furnaces alone filled an entire wall. Smelting ores or crafting equipment. Just as Lu Chen was curiously observing the blacksmith shop, a thick, rough voice rang out. Lu Chen was startled and turned around abruptly, only to discover that someone had been standing behind him without him knowing when. This person's physique was actually on par with Lei Li's, except he was wearing an iron mask that made it impossible to see his face. I was just curious to see this, world's #1 blacksmith shop. Lu Chen scanned the area and found nothing particularly unusual. Oh. The world's #1 you're talking about is the name my father gave the blacksmith shop. Upon hearing this, the man rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. Lu Chen was speechless, so the name of the blacksmith shop was just, world's #1. This level of shamelessness was probably on par with the mayor's. Do you have iron ingots here? I want to craft a set of iron armor. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said. After all, his current defense was too weak. Even if ordinary zombies surrounded him, he probably wouldn't be able to handle it. There are enough iron ingots, but the price to craft a full set of iron armor is not cheap. The man scratched his head and said. Rest assured, there is definitely enough money. Lu Chen wasn't worried about the money issue. At worst, he could just borrow some from the mayor. Besides, his backpack was full of monster materials, which could also sell for a good amount of money. By the way, I still don't know your name. The blacksmith shop owner asked. Lu Chen. My name is Wu Ling. For a set of iron armor, it will cost about 8 gold coins. Wu Ling opened the storage chest, took out pieces of iron ore, and prepared to put them into the furnace. Lu Chen didn't waste any words, directly taking 4 gold coins from his backpack and placing them on the workbench. These 4 gold coins are for the deposit. I will come back to pick it up tomorrow at noon. After discussing the details with Wu Ling, Lu Chen left the blacksmith shop directly. Through the conversation, Lu Chen confirmed one thing. This world itself contained various mods, and some of the native inhabitants even mastered the methods for using some of them. For example, the blacksmith shop contained at least one mod, Tinker's Construct. This also made Lu Chen give up on the idea of crafting equipment himself. After all, he hadn't unlocked the Tinker's Construct mod and could only craft the most ordinary iron armor. But with Tinker's Construct, it was different. The blacksmith would add some characteristics of Tinker's Construct to it, and it could allow the armor to have some special attributes. He took a look at his experience. He had already reached level 19, and was just a little short of reaching level 20. Unfortunately, he had basically cleared out the monsters outside, unless he killed neutral creatures, such as cows and sheep. It's just that the cows and sheep here were all penned up by the villagers of Fengaling town, and he couldn't just slaughter animals raised by others, right? After a while, Lu Chen finally found a resident who was feeding dairy cows. After paying the price of 1 gold coin, he finally made 2 cows his own. Congratulations, you have reached level 20. Congratulations, you have unlocked the mod shop. Congratulations, you have unlocked the player system. Mod shop. You can consume experience points to unlock mods in the shop. Player system. In 30 days, players will descend upon this world. Please utilize the power of players reasonably. Lu Chen stood there, stunned for quite a while, and it took a lot of effort to finally digest the information from the system. Players descending. Players will join this world. Doesn't that mean the 4th calamity is about to descend? Lu Chen felt a headache coming on. Blue Star players have always been called the 4th calamity in games, precisely because of their fearless ability to cause trouble and their destructive power. Now that these problem children were coming to this world, Lu Chen couldn't help but mourn for the native inhabitants of this world. Notification. 1. The entering players will also follow the rules of this world. 2. You will interact with players as an NPC of this world. 3. You must not reveal your true identity. 4. Reasonably utilize the power of players to resist the upcoming unknown events. The system's sudden notification made Lu Chen's eyes light up. That's more like it. As a child of destiny who transmigrated here, how could he not have some privileges? However, Lu Chen specifically noticed that the system's notification specifically mentioned future unknown events. What kind of things would make even the system believe that he must rely on the power of players to resist? Lu Chen vaguely felt that this world seemed not as simple as he imagined. In these short 2 days of contact, the information he had already learned was enough to shock him. The War of Creation, the Sealed Hymn, the Missing Notch, the demon who also transmigrated 10 years ago. These pieces of information might seem unrelated, but every event could be linked together. The subsequent addition of players would likely make the entire world become even more chaotic. However, Lu Chen was confident. He needed to improve his strength as quickly as possible within this 1 month. Otherwise, it might be difficult to keep those players in check when the time comes. After all, as long as there is a health bar, they dare to mess around. Lu Chen didn't want to be farmed by players like a monster. Pulling back his thoughts, Lu Chen focused his gaze on the mod shop. His current advantage was possessing mods. After all, he was an existence who possessed a system. The strength that mods gave him was enough to lead everyone else. He had to grasp this advantage. Open the mod shop, Lu Chen said in a low voice. He currently had 20 levels of experience, he didn't know what he could buy. Mod shop. 1. Mini-map mod. Can provide a regional mini-map, and all explored areas can be permanently saved. 2. Lucky block mod. You have a probability of dropping a lucky block when killing monsters. Lucky blocks can be used and randomly opened to reveal anything. 3. Lu Chen looked through them one by one, discovering many familiar faces, but there were also some mods he had never even heard of. What the hell is the sword skill mod? It can actually create skills. This is too broken, the heart of life inside can actually resurrect the dead. The Twilight Forest is actually in here too, but it's so expensive. Lu Chen smacked his lips, looking at his own experience bar, which was only at level 20, and then at the mods in the shop that often cost dozens of levels. He suddenly felt so poor. He had originally planned to pick out a few more mods, but he hadn't expected the prices to be so high. Let's buy the mini-map first, it's more practical. As he said this, Lu Chen selected the mini-map mod. Consumed 15 levels of Express. Congratulations on successfully purchasing the mini-map mod. Lu Chen thought for a moment and chose another mod he could use right now, more backpacks. This was mainly because his inventory was truly almost full. Rotten flesh, spider silk, gunpowder. With more backpacks, he wouldn't have to worry about the lack of inventory space anymore. After all, he had no way to build a base right now, let alone build a few chests to store items. However, what Lu Chen found a pity was that the equivalent exchange mod wasn't in the mod shop. Otherwise, he would have gotten it even if it cost more experience. This mod was truly too bugged. In his past life, Lu Chen had rarely used it. After all, he preferred to challenge his limits more. At this moment, a mini-map had appeared in the top right corner of Lu Chen's system panel, with various avatars moving on it. In the very center of the panel was a countdown, 29 days, 23 hours, 36 minutes. This was the time until the players arrived. Opening the mini-map, Lu Chen planned to find the mayor first. After all, he hadn't submitted his quest yet. After searching for a while, Lu Chen finally found the location of the mayor of Windbell Town. But, Lu Chen's expression was a bit strange. Why was the mayor at Widow Wang's house? You dirty old man of a mayor, no wonder I couldn't find you. Lu Chen headed directly toward the mayor's location, carrying his blade. Before Lu Chen even reached Widow Wang's house, he saw the mayor walking over from that direction, his face glowing with health. Oh. Warrior Lu Chen, good evening. The mayor seemed very happy about something, greeting him with a smile. Lu Chen flicked the white sheath in his hand. I don't think it's very good. After all, I worked hard to clear out the monsters, while a certain mayor was nowhere to be found. The mayor of Windbell Town felt awkward, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, rest assured, Warrior Lu Chen, I, the mayor, will definitely fulfill what I promised you. Warrior Lu Chen, please give me that long blade first. I will take it to the best blacksmith shop in our town and have it upgraded for you. Lu Chen curled his lip. You aren't talking about that world's #1 blacksmith shop, are you? How did you know, warrior Lu Chen? The mayor looked up in surprise. Then, Mayor, what is your relationship with that blacksmith shop? Ah, the owner of the blacksmith shop is my son. As expected, Lu Chen rubbed his forehead. The old mayor really is shameless. Then I'll go with you. It just so happens I had some equipment crafted there. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided. After all, he had nowhere else to go right now, so he might as well go to the blacksmith shop to check on his equipment. That works too. Let's go, warrior Lu Chen. The mayor of Windbell Town thought about it and didn't refuse. After passing through several alleys, Lu Chen finally returned to the entrance of the world's #1 blacksmith shop. Speaking of which, this blacksmith shop is hidden so well, aren't you afraid of having no customers? Lu Chen asked curiously. He wasn't wrong, the location of this blacksmith shop was indeed quite remote within the entire Fengaling town. That certainly won't happen. Without wanting to sound arrogant, the Hosen axes for the entire Fengaling town and even some surrounding towns basically come from here, so how could we lack customers? And, although the mayor claimed not to be arrogant, the expression on his face was very smug. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Ignoring the mayor, he walked straight inside. Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing Lu Chen walk straight in, the mayor shook his head and followed. Hello, do you need Didn't we agree that you'd come to pick it up tomorrow at noon? I'm still smelting iron ore here. Wu Ling turned his head to look when someone entered, and discovered it was that customer named Lu Chen. Little Ling. This is the warrior I mentioned to you this afternoon, Lu Chen. The mayor of Windbell Town popped his head out from the side at this moment. Father, why are you here? Wu Ling was clearly surprised to see the mayor of Windbell Town. Ahem. I'm just accompanying warrior Lu Chen to take a look, and by the way, to upgrade warrior Lu Chen's long blade. The mayor coughed lightly and then gestured for Lu Chen to take out the blade. Lu Chen took the sharp blade white sheath out of his inventory and placed it in front of Wu Ling. This is a good blade. Wu Ling was instantly enamored with the white sheath. If I'm not mistaken, this long blade should be the basic long blade from Slash Blade, the white sheath. After observing it for a moment, Wu Ling determined the origin of this long blade. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that this Wu Ling indeed had some real skill. After observing for a while, Wu Ling reluctantly placed the white sheath on the workbench and then looked at Lu Chen with burning eyes. I can upgrade this long blade, but before upgrading, I need to reduce the blade's durability to 0. Lu Chen nodded. He knew this too. If the sharp blade white sheath wanted to be upgraded to an odachi, it had to be broken before it could be rebuilt. The durability had to be reduced to 0 first, and then materials added to successfully upgrade it. Although this long blade's durability is almost exhausted, there is still some left. I'm afraid I need to hammer it a bit before it can be upgraded further. Wu Ling explained, fearing that Lu Chen might think he was destroying the long blade. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Chen knew far more than he did, so naturally, he had no concerns. Just go ahead and forge it, I have no objections. Lu Chen handed the white sheath directly to Wu Ling and then dragged the mayor to the side to have some tea. Wu Ling excitedly took the white sheath in his hand and turned to search for suitable materials in the storage chest. What do you think of my son? The mayor looked at Lu Chen opposite him and said this slowly. PFF'd. No way. Absolutely not. Your son will surely meet someone better. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of tea. Who's talking about that? I'm asking what you think of his blacksmithing skills. The mayor rolled his eyes at Lu Chen, looking speechless. Congratulations, you have triggered a special encounter. Learning the craft blacksmith. Completion reward. 1. Tinker's Construct mod. 2. Unlock forging function. This. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, then said without hesitation, it must be top-notch. Otherwise, how could he become the #1 blacksmith in the world's #1 blacksmith shop? The mayor of Windbell Town looked at Lu Chen, whose face had instantly broken into a smile, and said testily, "That's not what you said just a moment ago. That was just me misunderstanding your meaning, sir." Lu Chen hurriedly refilled the mayor of Windbell Town's teacup and placed it in front of him. The mayor of Windbell Town took a small sip of tea and said leisurely, "It's not impossible for you to learn, but you have to promise me one thing." "What thing?" "Help me deliver a letter." The mayor of Windbell Town, as if he had been prepared for a long time, took a letter out from his bosom. The surface of the letter was unremarkable, but the recipient's name was just a single character, Yi. Lu Chen secretly muttered, "Old fox," in his heart, but still took the letter into his hands. "Then you at least have to tell me who the recipient is." "The Sword Saint, one of the 4 legendary heroes, Yi." The mayor of Windbell Town took a light sip of tea. "Are you kidding me? The 4 legendary heroes. Where am I supposed to find them?" Lu Chen shook his head. He had only heard of the 4 legendary heroes, how could he possibly find them? But the mayor of Windbell Town waved his hand. "No need to go out of your way to find him. If you happen to meet him, give it to him, if not, then forget it. How about it? You definitely won't lose out on this deal." Lu Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, who knows what will happen later? Better to secure the immediate benefits first. Besides, the mayor of Windbell Town said there was no need to go out of his way to find him. He would definitely be searching many places to find the secret to returning home, so perhaps he might just happen to run into this legendary hero. "Fine, I agree." After saying this, Lu Chen put the letter into his backpack. The mayor of Windbell Town nodded with satisfaction, then pushed a book in front of Lu Chen. "Here, this is what you wanted. After you finish reading this book, your blacksmithing skills shouldn't be much worse than Wu Ling's. Congratulations, you have obtained the Tinker's Construct Manual. Tinker's Construct Manual can unlock the Tinker's Construct mod and includes usage instructions." Lu Chen immediately took the Tinker's Construct Manual in his hands and started flipping through it. Blade, hilt, sharpening. The more Lu Chen read, the brighter his eyes became. The richness of this Tinker's Construct mod's content exceeded his imagination. There were several techniques for weapon upgrading alone, and each brought different effects. "Later, as long as I have enough materials, I will be able to continue upgrading the Odachi myself." Lu Chen appeared very excited. Inside, he also saw the upgrade path for the Odachi. It included the upgrade methods for various top-tier slash blades such as Chidori Muramasa, Yuyutsuki Fuso, and Purgatory Shinin. However, the required materials were numerous, and the forging methods were very complex. Given his current abilities, it was still quite a stretch. Lu Chen stayed in the blacksmith shop until noon, and in the meantime, the mayor of Windbell Town had left due to some business. Only Lu Chen remained, staring motionlessly at Wu Ling's movements as he forged the iron armor. Finally, Wu Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out the slash blade that had been soaking in water. At this moment, the sharp blade white sheath had completely changed its appearance. The originally short and light blade body had become much longer, and the patterns on the blade were brand new. "Congratulations, you have upgraded the sharp blade white sheath to Odachi. Congratulations, you have obtained refined iron armor." Wu Ling placed the equipment neatly in front of Lu Chen, and the system's notification sound followed. It really upgraded. Lu Chen excitedly checked the attribute panel of the Odachi. Name: Odachi. Durability: 50/50ths. Status: none. Mark: Lu Chen. Skills: Phantom Sword Tier 1 Dimensional / Tier 1. Enchanting: Sharpness 3 Thorn's Eye. It had an extra dimensional / skill, and the mark was already bound to Lu Chen. In other words, apart from Lu Chen, no one else could unleash its power when using this sword. Lu Chen couldn't put the sword in front of him down, playing with it for a long time before putting it into his backpack. He turned to check the set of refined iron armor. Refined iron armor set. Higher defense compared to ordinary iron armor, and possesses a lighter weight. 1. Collect 2 pieces of refined iron armor to gain the weight -1 attribute. 2. Collect 3 pieces of refined iron armor to gain the defense +1 attribute. 3. Collect 4 pieces of refined iron armor to gain the skill Iron Armor. Iron Armor increases own defense by 50%, reduces range damage by 50%. Lasts 60s. It even has a skill. Lu Chen was obviously pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected the attributes of this set of refined iron armor to be so overpowered. There were even attribute bonuses for collecting the whole set. Lu Chen suddenly felt that the big man in front of him was not simple. At the very least, if he were to forge this set of refined iron armor himself, he would probably have a hard time crafting these attributes. This is the remaining 4 gold coins. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't forget the final payment. Wu Ling gave an honest smile. Since brother Lu Chen is a hero of our Fengaling town, I naturally cannot accept this money. After saying this, he pushed the gold coins back. After some polite refusals, Lu Chen realized that Wu Ling was not just being politely modest, so he had to shake his head and let it go. Then, as the green mountains and rivers remain, we shall meet again. Lu Chen said his goodbyes. Wu Ling also performed a mock cupped fist salute, then watched Lu Chen leave. At this moment, the mayor of Windbell Town walked out from a small room behind Wu Ling, looked at Lu Chen's retreating figure, and muttered, "I hope he won't become the next demon." Wu Ling shook his head. He won't. His eyes are very clear. Hearing Wu Ling's affirmative words, the mayor of Windbell Town did not retort, but just quietly watched the intersection ahead, while Lu Chen's figure was already gone. Lu Chen, who had left the blacksmith shop, originally intended to find the mayor of Windbell Town to say goodbye, but what made him strange was that he couldn't find the mayor of Windbell Town's trace on his mini-map. That old guy didn't leave and go outside, did he? After searching for a while without result, Lu Chen chose to give up. After all, his time was currently limited, he couldn't delay too long in one place. Let's leave now, I'll come back next time if there's a chance. Lu Chen glanced at Fengaling Town behind him, stood for a while, then turned and left. Big sister, he's gone. At the edge of Fengaling Town, 2 figures stood there. I saw. Then why didn't you go ask the big brother, big sister? Maybe he will meet brother Lin Bei. Silly Xiao Tong, he won't meet brother Lin Bei. I will never see brother Lin Bei again either. The last sentence was just the girl's inner monologue. After all, Xiao Tong was still young and didn't know what life and death separation actually meant. I hope he won't make the same choice as Lin Bei. Lu Chen realized he was currently very dazed, for no other reason than he was lost yet again. Logically speaking, with the mini-map on him and the several maps given by the town head for comparison, he shouldn't have gotten lost. But he discovered he was wrong. Not only was he lost, but he was also being hunted by a group of monsters. Last night while he was traveling, he accidentally fell into a Grand Canyon. In a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, there was a river at the bottom of the canyon, which prevented him from falling to his death. Having survived the fall into this Grand Canyon, Lu Chen naturally thought about how to get back to the surface. But without any blocks, he could only walk forward bit by bit, hoping to find a path up. However, he had accidentally stumbled into a monster nest. That's right, a monster nest. Inside, there were not only a large number of zombies and skeletons piled up, but also dozens of monster spawners continuously spawning monsters. Chased by a horde of zombies, Lu Chen ran through the Grand Canyon for half a day before finally finding a cave to duck into. Once they lost sight of him, the zombies outside wandered aimlessly back and forth, making Lu Chen completely give up on the idea of exiting from there. Since that path was blocked, he would simply have to find another one. Thus, Lu Chen intended to enter the cave to investigate. It's really strange. I clearly didn't see this Grand Canyon on the map the village chief gave me. How could a Grand Canyon suddenly appear? Lu Chen carefully compared several maps. There was indeed no mark for this Grand Canyon on them. Could it be that this Grand Canyon was formed recently? Lu Chen glanced at the date on the maps. The most recent one was drawn 3 months ago. In other words, this Grand Canyon didn't exist 3 months ago. Lu Chen faintly felt that the appearance of this Grand Canyon was somewhat fishy. And it even contained monster spawners. If there weren't so many monsters, Lu Chen would have definitely wanted to investigate thoroughly. But he only had one life, he couldn't afford to be reckless. Since I can't get out from the top, I might as well check out the bottom, Lu Chen decided after thinking for a moment. After all, with night vision, he could completely ignore the darkness of the cave. Taking the odachi in hand, Lu Chen cautiously walked toward the depths of the cave. Under the effect of night vision, the originally pitch-black cave appeared as bright as day in Lu Chen's eyes. There's actually quite a bit of iron ore. Lu Chen discovered a lot of ores along the way, and just now he had stepped on several pieces of iron ore. Collecting the iron ore and putting it into his backpack, Lu Chen simply held the odachi in one hand and the iron pickaxe he had requested from Wu Ling in the other. Walking all the way down, Lu Chen actually collected about 30 pieces of iron ore one after another. As for coal, it was nearly a full stack. It couldn't be just an ordinary mine, could it? Lu Chen didn't find anything strange about this cave as he walked along. He hadn't even encountered a single zombie. What was that? Lu Chen suddenly noticed a figure flash ahead, which then disappeared. Though it was very brief, he still saw the figure clearly with the help of the night vision effect. It's a void walker. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the odachi. Void walkers are considered a relatively unique type of monster in the Nevermind. They generally appear in mines, especially in the deeper parts where the probability of appearance increases. And the void scale dropped upon killing them can be used to craft some powerful equipment in the Nevermind. However, the health of a void walker is much higher compared to other monsters, and once hit, one is afflicted with the blindness effect. Lu Chen cautiously approached. That void walker from just now had appeared for a split second at the corner ahead before vanishing. But Lu Chen knew it hadn't disappeared, it had only shifted its position. Buzz. A sound like a mosquito faintly appeared from ahead. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. The void walker was just ahead. As he neared the corner, Lu Chen suddenly quickened his pace and rushed out. Crossing the corner, Lu Chen delivered a backhand slash. Woo! The void walker hidden at the corner flashed red, its health dropping by a segment. But compared to its total health, the damage taken seemed to be not much. Drawing the odachi from its scabbard, he then unleashed a sword of light. Phantom Sword. The Phantom Sword was very fast, instantly slashing into the Void Walker's body. Gained experience *20. Gained Void Scale *1. Lu Chen was delighted, it actually dropped. Although Void Walkers have a chance to drop Void Scales, the drop rate is quite pitiful. He still remembered grinding Void Walkers for a whole day in the game without a single drop, eventually having to collect the Void Scales in the end. Yet here, killing just one Void Walker had directly dropped a Void Scale. Could it be that his luck had turned? Putting the Void Scale into his backpack, Lu Chen looked ahead. Since a Void Walker appeared here, it proved that creatures existed in this place. Continuing forward meant he might encounter other monsters. Lu Chen put the iron pickaxe into his backpack and cautiously moved forward with the odachi in one hand and its scabbard in the other. As he went deeper, the cave ahead became very narrow. Just as Lu Chen was hesitating whether to continue, the sound of creatures moving came from ahead. Are there monsters? It couldn't be more void walkers, right? Lu Chen no longer hesitated and quietly crept toward it. After a few steps, Lu Chen found the path had ended, but a massive cavern presented itself before his eyes. Hiss. When Lu Chen saw the scene ahead, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Deep in the cavern ahead, several void walkers could be seen wandering, but the most eye-catching thing was a special void walker at the high point of the cavern. That's the mother of void walkers. This was the reason for Lu Chen's shock. To actually encounter the mother of void walkers. This thing isn't easy to deal with. The mother of void walkers is an evolved version of the void walker. Not only is its health lethally high, but its movement speed is also insanely fast. However, killing it has a chance to drop the void set. And one of the pieces of equipment that void scales can craft is the void set. Aside from the base attributes of the void set, its special ability to have a chance to stun melee attackers alone made Lu Chen incredibly envious. But Lu Chen also knew that a single mother of Void Walkers would be difficult to handle, let alone with several Void Walkers wandering ahead. Can I pull this off? Lu Chen was hesitating. After checking his equipment, Lu Chen felt he could give it a try. But he definitely couldn't be reckless, otherwise it would be easy to GG. Lu Chen took a crafting table out of his backpack and set it aside, then took out a few pieces of wood he had chopped along the way. First, break the logs into wood, then craft them into sticks. Step by step, Lu Chen dismantled and crafted the wood in his hands, finally creating the item he wanted, exquisite wooden bow. This wooden bow was much stronger than the original common bow, most importantly, its range was much further than the original bows. Taking a few arrows from his backpack, Lu Chen retreated in the opposite direction of the cave. He had to open up some distance first, otherwise it would be awkward if he was discovered as soon as he fired. He didn't stop until he reached the edge of his vision. At this point, he was about 32 blocks away from the cave, which was already a very long distance. If he fired arrows from here, those Void Walkers probably wouldn't notice his presence. After calculating the distance, Lu Chen drew the string of the exquisite wooden bow. He didn't stop until the bowstring was drawn almost into a full moon, then he instantly let go. Swish! A sharp sound rang out as the arrow shot toward the depths of the cave. Woo! Following the arrow's entry, a pained cry echoed from deep within the cave. Clearly, a Void Walker had been hit. After a short while, a figure came limping toward him. At this moment, the Void Walker felt extremely depressed. It had just been wandering around the cave when some unscrupulous person shot an arrow inside. As luck would have it, its butt was facing that direction when the arrow arrived. The Void Walker was full of resentment. It had to find that guy and show him why the flowers were so red. As the Void Walker rounded a corner, a blade of light instantly slashed toward it. Unable to dodge in time, the Void Walker's health dropped significantly in an instant. As expected, I lured one out. Lu Chen glanced at the arrow sticking out of the middle of the Void Walker's butt, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He swore he definitely hadn't aimed there on purpose. In the end, Lu Chen added a few more slashes, ending the suffering of this poor Void Walker. Afterward, Lu Chen used the same method to lure the Void Walkers out one by one, then took them down individually. Unfortunately, the subsequent Void Walkers failed to drop any Void Scales. However, the experience dropped by these Void Walkers was quite satisfying to Lu Chen. I've already slaughtered 4. Now, only the mother of Void Walkers should be left in that cave. So Lu Chen cautiously scouted forward. As he approached the cave, he scanned the area and found that it was indeed the case. Now, only the mother of Void Walkers remained in the cave, a commander without an army. Calculating the distance, Lu Chen fired an arrow directly at the mother of Void Walkers. Woo! Compared to an ordinary Void Walker, the mother of Void Walker's body was much more massive. Precisely because of this, it had a fatal flaw. It couldn't enter this passage. The mother of Void Walkers charged straight at Lu Chen, but its path was blocked by the cobblestone above the passage. Woo! Taking the opportunity, Lu Chen slashed directly at its leg. The damage is so low. Lu Chen glanced at the mother of Void Walker's health, it had barely dropped. It seemed the mother of Void Walkers not only had high health but also much higher defense than an ordinary Void Walker. After being slashed by Lu Chen, the mother of Void Walkers instantly became violent, ramming its head into the stone and actually shattering several pieces of cobblestone above. Not good. Lu Chen's expression changed as he hurriedly retreated. The moment he retreated, a deep purple claw slammed down on the spot where he had just been standing. It can actually destroy blocks. Lu Chen clearly hadn't expected this. Fortunately, this passage wasn't short. Even if it destroyed its way through, it would take some time. However, Lu Chen had to be extra careful to guard against the mother of Void Walker's attacks. Phantom Sword. The illusory light of the Phantom Sword flashed, and the mother of Void Walker's body stiffened before returning to normal. Even the Phantom Sword doesn't have a significant effect on it. Lu Chen looked at its health, it had only dropped by a small sliver. Then try this. Dimensional Slash. A cross-shaped blade light flashed, and the mother of Void Walkers instantly twitched in pain, its health also dropping by a chunk. It works. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The attack damage of the dimensional slash was actually more than twice that of the Phantom Sword. Unfortunately, the cooldown was relatively long, so it couldn't be used continuously. But it was enough. Afterward, Lu Chen used the Odachi in his hand to slash repeatedly at the mother of Void Walker's body. As the combo count rose, Lu Chen's combo rating reached SSS rank. One more strike and it'll be maximum damage. Lu Chen sidestepped an attack from the mother of Void Walkers and then slashed down on its claw. Woo! With a scream of agony from the mother of Void Walkers, that deep purple claw was actually severed by Lu Chen. The damage at the highest rating is indeed high. Lu Chen looked at the claw on the ground with great excitement. If he continued with this kind of attack damage, it was truly possible he could slay the mother of Void Walkers. But then, he watched in astonishment as the mother of Void Walkers actually turned tail and ran. This thing can actually run away. Lu Chen watched the mother of Void Walkers quickly disappear before his eyes, completely dumbfounded, clearly unable to accept the reality. It was the first time he had seen a monster take the initiative to flee. No way. I've beaten it half to death. I won't be satisfied unless I kill it. Lu Chen immediately decided to chase after it. After all, there was no reason to let the duck fly away when it was already at his mouth. Lu Chen immediately packed up the crafting table he had set aside and chased after it with his blade in hand. For a moment, a very amusing scene unfolded in the underground cave. The Void Walker ran in front, and Lu Chen chased from behind. It fled, he pursued, and it could not escape. You fool, look at me. If you've got the guts, don't run. Do you have any dignity as a powerful being? Can you stop running? If you keep running, I'll stop chasing. The mother of Void Walkers glanced back. Lu Chen was chasing fast with his blade in hand. As if I'd believe you, you humans are wicked. Stuffing a piece of rotten flesh into his mouth, Lu Chen continued to run. If it weren't for this mother of Void Walkers, Lu Chen wouldn't have known that this cave was actually so deep. He had been chasing for nearly 10 minutes now, yet this mother of Void Walkers kept darting left and right, stubbornly maintaining the distance between them. I don't believe it. As a hardcore MC veteran, I can't catch up to a single mob. Lu Chen said through gritted teeth. After chasing for another dozen seconds, Lu Chen suddenly felt his body lighten, and his speed increased significantly. Wind accompanies your path. A system notification sounded, and Lu Chen gained a speed boosting buff. What luck! I actually triggered the effect of the expedition skill. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy, and he quickly charged toward the mother of Void Walkers. Expedition is one of the basic skills of the Nevermind, which can be leveled up by continuous walking. Woo! Seeing Lu Chen suddenly rush over and close the distance, the mother of Void Walkers instantly panicked. Is this human hacking? How can he still speed up? Lu Chen, however, was unhurried, looking at the mother of Void Walkers ahead with a beaming smile. Come here, little baby. Stop running, come to uncle. My 40-meter-long blade is already itching to strike. Woo! The mother of Void Walkers was clearly in a state of panic. What the hell is with this human's evil smirk? What does he want to do? But when it saw a faint light ahead, the mother of Void Walkers let out a desperate roar, as if seeing a life-saving straw. Seeing the strange behavior of the mother of Void Walkers ahead, Lu Chen immediately stopped and looked forward cautiously. He didn't believe this guy would just roar for no reason. Sure enough, shortly after the mother of Void Walker's voice fell, several figures appeared by its side. Ghosts, a Shadow Reaper, and a bunch of Void Raiders. Lu Chen instantly felt things getting tricky. It would be fine to face these monsters one-on-one. But in this narrow cave, once surrounded by these guys, it probably wouldn't be very pleasant. You have no martial ethics. You're bullying an honest man. Lu Chen shouted, but his body honestly turned around and ran. He didn't want to die in this cave for no apparent reason. Having received help from reinforcements, the mother of Void Walkers naturally didn't intend to let this guy go. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you very wild? Weren't you very young and aggressive? Come, 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 I'll let you know that being able to fight is useless. Worldly wisdom is the true strength. A dozen Void Raiders were the first to rush out. They had the fastest movement speed, and in this complex underground environment, their smaller size gave them a natural advantage. The ghosts, however, disappeared, though the sound of slow walking could be heard in the tunnel. The Shadow Reaper followed the mother of Void Walkers and charged forward. Lu Chen looked at the Void Raiders pursuing him relentlessly and felt a headache coming on. Although these little black chickens didn't have high combat power, they were quite good at harassing enemies. Once Lu Chen was entangled by them, the guys behind would surely catch up in no time. Looking at the endless tunnel ahead, Lu Chen thought to himself, I'm not going to lose my life here today, am I? But just as Lu Chen had that thought, his leg was suddenly tripped by a Void Raider from behind. In his running state, Lu Chen instantly rolled into a ball and crashed toward the side wall. What happened? Why didn't I hit anything? Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit strange. He was clearly crashing toward the rocks on this side just now, yet he felt nothing at all. Could it be that he had unlocked some Iron Head technique? Those Void Raiders are gone too. Lu Chen scanned the area only to find that the Void Raiders behind him seemed to have disappeared as well. To be more accurate, it wasn't that they had disappeared, but that he had somehow suddenly arrived in such a strange place. The surroundings were no longer that pitch-black cave, but a spacious and bright room. The room was embedded with sea lanterns that never went out, and there was a painting where he had just been standing. Could it be a hidden door? Lu Chen tried to reach his hand toward the painting, and it passed right through. It really is. Why would there be a hidden door here? Lu Chen was filled with doubt. Not only was there a hidden door, but there was actually a room behind it. It looked like someone had specifically built it here. Lu Chen stood up and began to wander around the room. Since he had finally managed to shake off those raiders, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to go back out. Although he didn't know what was going on here, one look told him this was a place built by a block person, so it was at least safer than outside. Maybe I'll just stay here for a while and wait for the monsters outside to disperse before leaving, Lu Chen thought. Meanwhile, outside in the cave tunnel separated only by a stone wall. Several Void Raiders were chattering as they reported something to the mother of Void Walkers. Upon hearing that the hateful human had suddenly disappeared, the mother of Void Walkers instantly slapped a Void Raider into a meat patty in anger. You must find that human for me. There are things left by the Lord here, we absolutely cannot let that human discover them. The mother of Void Walkers roared. Having received the order, all the monsters hurried to search both sides of the cave. The mother of Void Walkers, however, stood in place, angrily striking the ground. Being humiliated by that human was a small matter, but if he found the things left by the Lord, once the Lord blamed them, probably none of the monsters here would escape. Thinking of that figure in its mind, the mother of Void Walkers shuddered. Great Lord, I will follow in your footsteps and realize your grand vision. In the vast cave, only the low murmurs of the mother of Void Walkers remained. Lu Chen sat for a long time, stuffing the only few pieces of rotten flesh in his inventory into his mouth to refill his hunger bar. Although there was no stamina setting here, all effects were tied to the hunger bar. This made Lu Chen's demand for food very high. At this point, all the rotten flesh in his inventory had been consumed. Furthermore, he still had the hunger effect on him. If he didn't resolve it soon, he would probably starve to death here sooner or later. But when Lu Chen opened the mini-map to see if the monsters outside had retreated, he found the mini-map was completely blank. He probably bought a fake mod. How could it stop working underground? Forget it, let's go see what exactly is in this room first. Lu Chen pinned his hopes on this room. After all, food doesn't expire. If there was food here, he naturally wouldn't mind borrowing a little. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Minecraft. I have infinite mods. Part 2. After a quick walk around the room, Lu Chen discovered that although there were quite a few items here, most of them were utilitarian tools. He couldn't exactly eat an anvil, after all. However, it wasn't as if Lu Chen had found nothing at all. Are these maps? Lu Chen was momentarily dazed by the densely packed maps covering a nearby wall. At first, he thought they were paintings, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were actually maps. Every single map was of the highest level, and all the regions on them were fully explored and illuminated. Currently, all the maps were placed in frames on the wall, looking particularly spectacular. Should I take them down? Lu Chen felt a surge of temptation. These were all good things. Unfortunately, his backpack didn't have enough space, and he didn't have much leather on him either. Otherwise, he could have crafted a few more backpacks. If I had known, I would have bought some backpacks before leaving Fengaling town. Lu Chen was clearly full of regret. After all, these maps were genuinely valuable items. If he could take them all, there was no telling how much time they would save him. Forget it, one must be content. Lu Chen cleared some clutter from his backpack, tossing out materials that weren't very useful, then selected a few maps to put inside. Why are there waypoints on these maps? Lu Chen noticed obvious markings on several of the maps. Could there be something else here? Lu Chen wondered. He knew that banners could be used to mark specific areas. Since the owner of the maps had marked them specifically, it proved there was definitely something there he needed to pay attention to. Lu Chen then took down all the maps, selected several that had waypoints, and put them into his backpack. Not bad, not bad. This can be considered a full harvest. Although I couldn't slay that mother of void walkers, obtaining these maps is also good. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with these gains. But just as he was planning to go out and see if those monsters had left, he suddenly noticed that the color of one floor tile seemed slightly different. Lu Chen walked over to take a look and realized it wasn't a floor tile, but a pressure plate. It couldn't be a trap, could it? Lu Chen appeared somewhat hesitant. In his past life, he had been lured into traps by friends more than once, so he already had plenty of experience with this. I've got it, I'll try throwing something. Lu Chen suddenly realized he didn't need to walk over there, he just needed to throw an item to activate the pressure plate. Lu Chen then took a stick out of his backpack and threw it onto the plate. Click. As the pressure plate was activated, the wall in front of Lu Chen actually opened up, revealing a 4x4 passage. A redstone door. Lu Chen said in surprise. Had the residents here reached such a level of proficiency with redstone? This looks so much like a player's handiwork. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen entered the passage. As Lu Chen entered, the redstone door instantly closed, and the entire wall returned to its original appearance. Lu Chen looked ahead. This passage didn't seem short, at least from his perspective, he couldn't see the end at a glance. A row of torches had already been placed on the surrounding walls. Although darkness didn't affect him much, having torches made things feel much more comfortable. Advancing along this passage, Lu Chen saw many things that amazed him along the way. Skeleton skulls, creeper heads. This is. Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he looked at the object before him in disbelief. How could there be a Naga trophy here? One of the Twilight Forest bosses, appearing as a long serpent made of green leaves. Though it was unbelievable, what stood before Lu Chen was indeed a massive Naga head. This was a trophy that could only be obtained after killing a Naga. Just who built this place? Lu Chen now felt an intense curiosity toward the person who had constructed all of this. However, Lu Chen did not stop. Although a Naga head was very rare, it was ultimately just a trophy and didn't have much practical value. In his previous game, Lu Chen had always treated these things as decorations. Continuing forward, the decorative walls ahead were empty, no longer adorned with heads. It seems like I'm nearing the end. Lu Chen could already vaguely see light up ahead. Walking quickly toward it, Lu Chen stood at the end of the tunnel, stunned. What met his eyes was a world of red. Stretches of lava seas were constantly bubbling and gurgling. On the land above the lava sea not far away, groups of zombie pigmen were wandering incessantly, and the mournful cries of ghasts could be heard faintly in the distance. Holy crap, when did I run into the nether? Lu Chen looked back in surprise. Behind him was still that long passage, but turning around, he faced the infinite nether. Impossible, I definitely didn't enter a nether portal on the way here. How could I have come to the nether? Only now did Lu Chen realize why he hadn't detected those monsters with his mini-map when he was in that room. It turned out they were already in two different worlds. One in the overworld, one in the nether. How could he possibly detect their presence? Could it have been when I fell? Lu Chen thought back carefully and felt it was only possible that when he fell, he had rolled directly into a nether portal. So the room he was in, including this passage, had been in the nether all along. Forget it, I'd better go back. With Lu Chen's current strength, it would likely be very difficult to survive in the nether. After all, this wasn't an ordinary nether. Not only was it enhanced by the Nevermind, but more terrifyingly, the legendary him existed here. Going to fight bosses with just iron gear, wasn't that just seeking death? Thinking this, Lu Chen intended to turn and leave, but just as he was about to go, the entire nether suddenly began to shake violently. What the hell, why didn't something happen earlier or later? It just has to happen now. Lu Chen was speechless. It was as if he had become a switch. The moment he arrived, it was triggered. As the entire nether shook, the lava sea below also began to erupt. Wu tilde tilde tilde. Oh no, it's aghast. Lu Chen's expression changed. Then, a massive figure rose from the distant lava sea. Its white body was covered in several strange patterns, and beneath its huge torso were several tentacles. This massive, squid-like monster actually took flight directly, hovering over the lava sea. But Lu Chen's gaze was not on the ghast, because there was another figure on top of it. Blue trousers, a cyan green top, and most inescapably, those eyes emitting a white phosphorescent glow. His name is him. Lu Chen had already given up on running, because he knew that in front of him, running was nothing more than a joke. Staring unblinkingly at him in the distance, Lu Chen's expression was calm, though no one knew what he was thinking. And from atop the ghast in the distance, him was also gazing back at him. This continued for a full 3 minutes. Then, him's figure suddenly flickered, appearing behind Lu Chen as if by teleportation. You don't seem to be afraid of me, him's low voice drifted over. Lu Chen turned his head back somewhat stiffly and gave a helpless smile. If I said I was terrified in my heart, would you believe me? Him didn't speak, only looking out at the sea of lava outside the tunnel. No way, is the conversation dead already? Lu Chen was panicking internally. After all, one of the legendary creator gods was standing right beside him, capable of slapping him to death at any moment. Anyone would be panicking. 300 years have passed, him said indifferently. Huh. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then it dawned on him. He was likely saying that he had been sealed here for 300 years. 10 years ago, someone just like you came here. He couldn't be talking about that brother demon, could he? I gave him guidance, and he promised to do one thing for me. What thing? Lu Chen regretted it as soon as he said it. What else could it be? Why did brother demon die? Him didn't answer Lu Chen's question, simply continuing to himself, I can also give you guidance, but you must also complete one thing for me. Can I refuse? Boom. A fireball grazed the top of Lu Chen's head and flew past, blasting a large crater into the tunnel behind him. If I can't, I can't. Why do you have to start a fight? The Book of Primordial, all things return to the source. It begins in the void, and ends in the void. Lu Chen silently committed this sentence to memory. Begins in the void, ends in the void. Lu Chen murmured. Does it mean that if I want to return to my original world, it has something to do with the Nevermind? Lu Chen asked curiously. But him did not give him a corresponding answer. When Lu Chen turned around, he realized that him had somehow returned to the top of the ghast at some unknown point. I will give you 3 years to bring the origin stone to me. Him's words echoed continuously throughout the endless nether, and a beam of light instantly arrived before Lu Chen. You have been cursed by him. Him's curse, 2 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 54 seconds, you seem to have promised to complete a certain task for him. If you do not complete it as required, something ominous will likely happen to you. Glancing at his status panel, Lu Chen smiled helplessly, then turned and left the area. In the endless nether, there was a small patch of land amidst the boiling sea of lava. And upon it, several figures were half kneeling before him. My lord, can this person really bring the origin stone? One of the slender figures asked. As things stand, we can only trust him. After all, 10 years ago, that person named Lin Bei was only one step away. If only we weren't unable to touch the origin stone, we would have certainly brought it to you, my lord, another figure spoke in a sharp voice. Phantom, Faceless, you two go out and follow him. You may provide him with some assistance at the appropriate time. Yes, my lord, the two answered in unison. Watching their disappearing figures, him seemed to talk to himself, I hope he can succeed. After all, time is running out for this world. Lu Chen followed the tunnel all the way back to the door of the room he was in earlier. Click. The redstone door opened, and Lu Chen's figure rushed out. Even now, his heart was still racing with fear. After all, in front of him, he could have lost his life at any second. In the face of absolute strength, no amount of skill is of any use. Although he was very confused as to why him hadn't killed him, Steve, Lu Chen was still very glad he was able to survive. It's just that. Lu Chen looked helplessly at the status on his attribute panel, feeling a bit of a headache. 3 years. You could say it was plenty, or you could say it wasn't enough. After all, if you knew where to look, finding something was fast. But the key was that he hadn't even heard of this origin stone thing, so how was he supposed to find it? However, it wasn't as if he had gained nothing. At least he had indeed obtained some information. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of those 4 lines, Lu Chen believed the key to going home lay within this Nevermind. Could it be that I have to clear the entire Nevermind? Lu Chen thought about it and felt it was possible. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then decided that as soon as he got out, he would immediately go looking for news about a void world portal. After resting for a bit, Lu Chen walked straight through that painting. As expected, behind this painting is a nether portal. Lu Chen looked at the familiar obsidian in the purple rippling portal, feeling a surge of emotion. Stepping through the portal, Lu Chen returned directly to the overworld. I see, this door was hidden so tightly, no wonder nobody found this place. When Lu Chen emerged, he found that this portal was actually hidden inside a small hole in the overworld. This cave only had a 1-block gap for entry and exit. In other words, he had fallen in completely by chance. It looks like this place was probably dug by that brother demon. I bet he didn't expect to run into him in the nether either, Lu Chen guessed. That brother demon likely built a nether portal here, and then constructed his secret base in the nether. It's just that it seems he reached that sea of lava near the end of his construction, and then encountered him. Tisk tisk tisk, he really was miserable. Lu Chen shook his head. Presumably, he didn't choose the Nevermind, otherwise, how could there be a Naga's head among the spoils? However, this also gave Lu Chen a signal. That is, a Twilight Forest portal very likely exists in this world. After all, that brother demon had chosen the Twilight Forest. So, is it possible they are at the locations marked on the maps? Right now, those marked maps were all lying quietly in Lu Chen's backpack. Lu Chen guessed that those marks were likely other bases belonging to this brother demon. After all, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If it were him, he wouldn't put everything in one place either. Glancing back at the depths of the cave, Lu Chen turned and headed outside. Mother of Void Walkers, you just wait. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on a poor youth. I'll come back and slay you sooner or later. Far away in the depths of the cave, the mother of Void Walkers almost couldn't help but sneeze. It was a bit confused, it was clearly strong and healthy, so why did it feel like sneezing? Void, what's wrong? A flickering figure asked in confusion. Nothing, maybe it's too cold down here underground. Hurry and finish the summoning ritual. Otherwise, it won't be good if that lord above blames us. Subsequently, the depths of the cave returned to silence. After exerting a tremendous amount of effort, Lu Chen finally managed to crawl out of the cave. How long was I down there? The sun is already up, Lu Chen wondered, looking at the sun that had almost climbed to the top of the sky. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. With the sun shining, those zombies and skeletons probably wouldn't be wandering around outside. Lu Chen scanned the surroundings and, as expected, found no trace of the monsters from yesterday. I have to find a way up, Lu Chen thought, patting his head as he looked at the ground dozens of blocks below his feet. If all else fails, I can just pillar up, Lu Chen mused, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. It just required a large number of blocks. Lu Chen dug directly along the cave wall, and before long, he had mined nearly 2 stacks of cobblestone. Finding a suitable corner, Lu Chen began placing blocks beneath him to ascend. Jump, place, jump, place. In this manner, Lu Chen's height continued to rise, gradually approaching the surface. However, just as Lu Chen was nearing the top, he noticed skeletons starting to gather below him. Because of the shadows cast by the surrounding canyon, they were actually walking over by staying within the shaded areas. No way, I'm just about to leave and you guys are coming to see me off. Lu Chen hurriedly continued to pillar up. If the skeletons gathered, it would only take a few rounds of fire to knock him down. He had to get up quickly, otherwise, being knocked down would mean death or permanent injury. But the skeletons were gathering quickly, and a few in the front had already begun drawing their bows to prepare for a shot. Whoosh! An arrow was fired, but because of the height, it didn't hit Lu Chen. Instead, it struck the block beneath his feet. Whoosh! 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 Before Lu Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, several more arrows were fired. Seeing one of the arrows about to hit him, Lu Chen immediately crouched into a sneak, narrowly dodging it. Phew! That was close. Lu Chen exhaled. Wait, can these arrows be picked up? Lu Chen tried, and found that he actually could. Obtained arrow *3. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. Suddenly thinking of something, he stopped his upward progress. He placed a few more cobblestone blocks around the one he was standing on, then stood on one of the edge blocks and shouted down at the skeletons below. Come and hit me. Tilde tilde tilde. Whoosh! An arrow flew straight toward Lu Chen's forehead, too fast to dodge. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Lu Chen's health dropped by 1 point. Nice, the defense of this exquisite iron armor is actually pretty good. Lu Chen looked pleased. If Lu Chen hadn't been wearing equipment, taking that arrow would have dealt at least 4 points of damage. Now, it had directly negated 75% of the damage. If I activate my skill, I probably wouldn't even lose health from an arrow like that, Lu Chen speculated, stroking his chin. Subsequently, Lu Chen repeated his death-seeking behavior, continuously provoking the skeletons below. Hit me, shoot right here. Yes, exactly here. I say, can you guys aim a bit better? If not, let me show you how it's done. Did you guys not eat breakfast? Every single one of you is so listless. Hurry up and shoot. Under Lu Chen's provocation, the skeletons' rate of fire increased. Arrows flew rapidly toward Lu Chen, only to be blocked by the cobblestone. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bow of one skeleton actually snapped. I say, are you guys even capable? How are your bows already broken? Lu Chen said from above, speechless at the sight. The skeletons below were so angry they were practically fuming. We're shooting our bows so fast they're throwing sparks, and you're saying we're not capable. One of the skeletons gibbered something unintelligible, and then one of the skeletons turned and left. They're not going to get reinforcements, are they? No, time to go. Lu Chen curled his lip and pulled out his own bow. He drew the bow and notched an arrow. Let me show you what real archery looks like. Whoosh! The arrow flew downward with immense force. Crack! One of the skeletons had more than half its health shot away by Lu Chen, and by chance, it stumbled directly into the sunlight. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton instantly burst into flames, and its bones began to fall apart. Before long, it had turned into a pile of bones. Lu Chen quickly finished off the remaining skeletons and then mined the blocks around him. Obtained arrow * 72. So many. Lu Chen's face beamed with joy. The number of arrows was somewhat unexpected. In ancient times, Zhuge Liang borrowed arrows with straw boats. Today, I, Lu Chen, borrow arrows with cobblestone. It's a pity no one recorded this scene, otherwise, it would surely echo through the ages. Lu Chen shook his head regretfully and then continued to pillar upward. Just as Lu Chen was nearing the surface, the ground below suddenly began to shake. Roar. A massive roar echoed up. Lu Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. He didn't even need to think. Something extraordinary must have arrived. Whoosh. But just as Lu Chen placed the final block, a whistling sound exploded near his ear. Bang. The block Lu Chen had just placed shattered instantly. What the heck? How can an arrow be this thick? Lu Chen looked down with a grim expression. A massive figure came into view. Oh no. It's a mutant skeleton. When Lu Chen clearly saw the figure, he thought to himself that things had taken a turn for the worse. It seemed those skeletons had invited their ancestor out. It had a massive body, a curved skeletal frame, and its giant arms held an incredibly large crossbow. Unlike regular skeletons, the mutant skeleton's bow had become a giant crossbow. But more importantly, its attack power was truly high. If that arrow just now hadn't hit the stone, he probably would have been turned into a pile of fragments. That arrow was almost as thick as his arm. Seeing that the previous shot hadn't knocked Lu Chen down, the mutant skeleton was clearly dissatisfied. It raised its giant crossbow to fire another shot. Whoosh! Seeing the arrow coming straight for him, Lu Chen quickly placed several blocks in front of himself. Bang! After a loud bang, the cobblestone in front of Lu Chen turned into a pile of rubble once again. This thing's damage is way too high, I can't afford to wear it down. Looking at the surface, which was only 2 blocks away, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and stepped back to gain speed for a jump. As if sensing Lu Chen's attempt to escape, the mutant skeleton raised its giant crossbow again. Whoosh! Lu Chen gritted his teeth, ignored the arrow that was right before his eyes, and leapt forward. Clang! Cough! Cough! Within the grass, a figure struggled to stand up, appearing to be in great difficulty. Why does this thing deal so much damage? Lu Chen looked at his exquisite iron armor, which was almost deformed, still feeling a lingering fear. The situation just now was truly perilous. If he hadn't activated iron armor at the very last critical moment, reducing all range damage by 50%, he would have likely turned into a shish kebab on the spot. But even so, Lu Chen's health had nearly dropped to 0. This won't do, I need to get some food. Lu Chen watched his hunger bar rapidly decreasing and felt a wave of weakness in his body. If he didn't replenish his hunger soon, he feared not only would his health fail to recover, but he might even starve to death. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as Lu Chen was about to go look for food, a group of raiders discovered him and charged straight toward him. Annoying pests. Lu Chen was not in a good mood at the moment, so he used a single phantom sword move to wipe out all those raiders. It's a pity these things don't drop food. Lu Chen shook his head and left the area. Looking back at the canyon, Lu Chen thought to himself, I will definitely return sooner or later. After traveling for a while, Lu Chen finally spotted a few pigs. Pork chops, here I come. Lu Chen licked his lips and swallowed his saliva. Whoosh! An arrow flew through the air, and the pig instantly collapsed to the ground. Seeing his prey go down, Lu Chen immediately ran over quickly. Pork chops, hee hee. Lu Chen set up a furnace on the spot and took several pieces of coal from his backpack to put inside. Before long, the aroma of cooked pork chops wafted out. So fragrant. Lu Chen felt like he was about to drool. He took out one of the cooked pork chops and devoured it in a few bites. The taste isn't bad, but it's still a bit worse than rotten flesh. Lu Chen wiped the grease from his mouth and commented. This wasn't Lu Chen lying. In his opinion, the rotten flesh really did taste like beef jerky. Who's there? While still savoring the taste of the cooked pork chop in his mouth, Lu Chen suddenly heard a disturbance behind him. It seemed like someone was hiding behind a tree. However, even after Lu Chen called out, no one came out. If you don't come out, I won't be polite. Lu Chen drew his odachi. Wait. Good sir, I'm just passing through. I stopped because I smelled the aroma. A figure walked out from behind the tree. Oh. Not a bad outfit. Lu Chen commented on the figure's flamboyant attire. The armor was printed with a large black sword, and there was a red cape on the back of the armor. Watching the man constantly swallowing his saliva, Lu Chen thought for a moment and then took a cooked pork chop out of the furnace. If you aren't afraid of poison, go ahead and eat it. Lu Chen tossed it over. The cloaked man caught the cooked pork chop and chuckled. How could that be? By the way, my name is Dashan, but everyone likes to call me Boulder Swordsman. What's your name? The man devoured the pork chop in a few bites and said with a smile. Lu Chen. So it's brother Lu Chen. I will remember this kindness of gifting me a pork chop today. I have other matters to attend to, let's meet again if there's a chance. After saying this, Dashan left the area, appearing quite dashing. Thump. I forgot to tell you, there's a pit ahead. Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he said speechlessly. This kid, he insisted on acting cool, and now look, he fell into a pit. After jumping around in the pit for a long time, Dashan finally managed to get out. What are you doing here? Lu Chen shoved another piece of cooked pork chop into his mouth. Dashan patted the dust off his body and said somewhat awkwardly, the city lord said a monster great rift appeared here, so he sent me to confirm the location. Oh. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected these blocked people to be quite capable, actually being able to know that a great rift had formed here. Recently, monsters have been rampant, and the city lord predicted that the day of chaos is approaching. We must know in advance exactly how many monsters are here. Dashan explained. Through Dashan, Lu Chen also roughly understood some of the current situation in the block world. These monsters had indeed only started appearing recently. Moreover, a large canyon would invariably appear near the places where monsters emerged. Later, through investigation, they discovered that the reason these monsters appeared was precisely because of the large canyon. Thus, the name Monster Great Rift was born. The number of monsters that appeared was basically related to the size of the large canyon. Generally, the larger the rift in the canyon, the more monsters would be born from within. What? You just came out from inside the large canyon? Dashan looked incredulous. Previously, their city had sent a team of warriors to explore a large canyon, and in the end, only one person came out alive. Yet, this, unassuming, man before him had actually managed to come out of that monster great rift alive all by himself. It was simply unbelievable. How large is the range of that large canyon? Dashan asked hurriedly. Since the person in front of him had been there, he would naturally know the coverage area of the large canyon. He wouldn't need to risk going there himself. It covers a distance of about 300 or 400 blocks, I suppose. Lu Chen thought back and replied. Such a large coverage area, this is bad, it's very likely that mutant monsters have been born inside. Dashan frowned. Yeah, I did see one, it was a mutant skeleton. Lu Chen's calm words left Dashan stunned on the spot. You encountered a mutant creature and actually managed to survive. Dashan's eyes widened until they were almost the size of light bulbs. Otherwise, would I still be able to stand here and talk to you? Lu Chen curled his lips speechlessly. What kind of thing is that to say? What do you mean, managed to survive? I relied on pure skill, alright. This won't do, I must go back and report this to the city lord as soon as possible. Dashan could no longer care about anything else at this moment. With such a large-scale monster great rift around the city, if it erupted, the city would likely be unable to withstand it. Do you know the way to the city? Seeing Dashan turn to leave, Lu Chen quickly called out to him. Yeah, I just came from Wu City. Dashan said, confused. Wu City, it seems that's the right place. Can I go back with you? Lu Chen asked directly. Dashan hesitated for a moment, but when he saw the warrior badge that Lu Chen took out from his backpack, he immediately agreed. All right. I didn't expect you to be a warrior as well, brother Lu Chen. On the way, Dashan couldn't help but steal several glances at Lu Chen. At this moment, he was extremely curious about this man's origins. In terms of strength, he was able to retreat unscathed from the monster Great Rift. In terms of identity, he was a warrior of a certain territory. How had he never heard of such a person before? Facing Dashan's enthusiastic attempts at conversation, Lu Chen only replied politely with a few words. After some back and forth, the two became well acquainted. Aren't you the same, brother Dashan? Moreover, you're a warrior of Wu City, which is much more impressive than a warrior from a small town like me. Dashan hurriedly waved his hands. No, actually, it's easier to become a city warrior compared to a town warrior. Hearing Dashan's explanation, Lu Chen suddenly understood. It turned out that city warriors weren't limited to just one like town warriors, there were no restrictions. As long as you passed the warrior trial set by the city lord's mansion, you could successfully become a city warrior. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. Hearing it this way, town warriors were indeed quite rare. But unfortunately, whether it was a town warrior or a city warrior, their status was more or less the same. However, Lu Chen hadn't expected Wu City to be so far away from here. This time, Lu Chen truly realized just how large the block continent was. Just the distance to the city closest to Fengaling town had actually taken Lu Chen 4 full days of walking. Lu Chen felt like crying but had no tears. Do you know how I spent these 4 days? Crossing grasslands, climbing snowy mountains, and passing through 2 small deserts on the way. Dashan, aren't we there yet? Lu Chen put an apple into his mouth and asked with difficulty. Soon. It's just ahead. Brother Lu Chen, hang in there a bit longer. Dashan said with certainty after glancing at the surrounding scenery. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. He had no idea how many times he had heard this sentence along the way. Every time it was soon, but the result was crossing one mountain after another without seeing any sign of a city. But there was no other way, Lu Chen could only follow Dashan and continue forward. There seems to be someone ahead. Lu Chen faintly heard the sounds of battle from the forest ahead. Dashan seemed to have heard it too, his expression changed instantly, and he ran over quickly. Seeing Dashan rush over, Lu Chen also hurriedly followed. Since there were people nearby, it proved that they were indeed not far from the city. When Lu Chen entered the forest, the battle inside had already ended. However, he noticed Dashan's weapon. Underground greatsword. Lu Chen was incredibly surprised. Although he had been traveling with Dashan for so long, Lu Chen hadn't had the chance to see Dashan's weapon. But he never imagined that Dashan's weapon would be the underground greatsword. Could Dashan have been to the deep? Isn't this equipment dropped by the final boss of the deep? How could it be in his hands? Lu Chen was extremely puzzled, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, there were many people here, and he didn't want so many people to know. Warrior Dashan, thank you for your help. Otherwise, we might have been in danger. A young woman stepped out from the crowd. Miss Daya must be joking. With your guard squad here, you wouldn't have been in much danger even without me. Dashan smiled slightly and said nonchalantly. Daya nodded and did not deny it. Although her guard squad wasn't as strong as Dashan, the new warrior who had recently risen to prominence, it was more than enough to protect her safety. I wonder what Miss Daya is planning to do. It hasn't been safe outside lately, Miss should still be careful. Dashan said, glancing at the people behind Daya. This Miss Daya usually stayed in the city lord's mansion, why had she suddenly run out this time? I heard that a monster called the Malayan has appeared in the Kaya desert ahead, and its meat is very delicious. I want to hunt a few for my father to taste. Daya explained with a slight smile. Dashan suddenly understood, then cupped his hands and said, I still have things to do, so I won't chat further with Miss Daya. After bidding farewell to Dai Ya, Dashan returned to Lu Chen's side. Brother Lu Chen, let's keep going. It's already very close to Wu City from here. Lu Chen nodded, and the two continued their journey forward. How strange. Who is that person next to Dashan? I've never heard of such a figure. Even Dashan, known as the Boulder Swordsman, seemed somewhat respectful. Daya thought for a moment, then led her subordinates forward. On the way, Lu Chen looked at the seemingly simple and honest Dashan beside him and finally couldn't help himself. Dashan, that greatsword of yours. Is brother Lu Chen talking about this underground greatsword? Dashan took out the underground greatsword. Lu Chen nodded. Based on his experience, this underground greatsword should only have a chance to be obtained by killing the boss stone giant in the deep, yet it was now in Dashan's hands. This naturally made Lu Chen feel it was somewhat impossible. Actually, speaking of it, obtaining this weapon was a bit of a stroke of luck. Dashan began to explain slowly. Dashan used to be just an ordinary villager in a mountain village. Later, during a mining trip, he accidentally fell into a mineshaft. In that mineshaft, there was a portal made of strange runic stones and a corpse. The corpse's hand was tightly gripping a greatsword, which was exactly the underground greatsword in Dashan's hand. So that's how it is. I didn't expect your luck to be so good, Dashan. After hearing Dashan's explanation, Lu Chen shook his head. This really was good luck. However, some details also caught Lu Chen's attention. For example, those strange runic stones. If Lu Chen hadn't guessed wrong, the runic stones Dashan mentioned were likely the ancient rocks used to construct a void world portal. It's just that the portal there should have already been damaged. But it was still useful for Lu Chen. After all, these ancient rocks could basically only be obtained through these damaged portals. Of course, if one was extremely lucky, they might also be found in some ruins, but the quantity would be pitifully small. The attack power of this underground greatsword probably almost catches up to the maximum damage of my slash blade. Lu Chen was naturally very envious of the greatsword in Dashan's hand. However, he knew that this underground greatsword was likely among the lowest tier of greatsword weapons in the Nevermind. Some of the powerful great swords even had many amazing effects. Lu Chen was already thinking about when he should go get a greatsword for himself. After walking for nearly another half day, Lu Chen could finally see the outline of Wu City. Is this Wu City? Looking at the city in the distance, which looked like a crouching giant beast, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was simply not on the same level as those towns and villages. Looking from a distance, the entire city wall was constructed completely of stone bricks, standing at a height of at least 20 blocks. The gate below was even more awe-inspiring. Even a mutant skeleton would likely only be half as tall as the gate itself. This is Wu City. It's truly impressive, Lu Chen praised. Of course, this was one of the main battlefields during the War of Creation. After the war ended, the Martial King, a subordinate of the Creator God, established Wu City here. It's no exaggeration to say that Wu City was built from the ruins, Dashan said, his face full of pride. Lu Chen also felt from the bottom of his heart that the city's history was indeed profound. Without further delay, the two quickened their pace toward the city. When Lu Chen and the others arrived at the foot of the wall, they found a large number of villagers gathered, surrounding the entrance of Wu City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. What's going on? Lu Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm not sure either. Why don't I find someone to ask? After saying that, Dashan squeezed into the crowd. On what grounds are you refusing us entry? We are humans too. Is your Wu City no longer accepting people from the surrounding towns? We went through so much trouble to get here. By what right do you deny us entry? Protests reached Lu Chen's ears one after another, but he remained silent. He didn't understand the actual situation, so naturally, it wasn't appropriate for him to say much. Brother Lu Chen, I've figured it out. While Lu Chen was quietly observing the crowd, Dashan finally managed to squeeze out with great effort. Oh, what exactly is the situation? Lu Chen asked. Several nearby towns and villages have been attacked by monsters, and some of them were even completely wiped out. The surviving villagers are either homeless or too afraid to return home. That's why they've come to Wu City. Dashan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It really wasn't easy to squeeze out from among those people. Then shouldn't Wu City accept them by right? Why are they blocked here and not allowed in? Lu Chen was very confused. Because Wu City is already full. Dashan said helplessly. In fact, when Dashan left Wu City to investigate the monster Great Rift, the city was already overcrowded. The towns and villages closest to Wu City had arrived long ago, and the people currently blocked at the gate were those from slightly further away. Is there no other way? Lu Chen said, looking at the agitated crowd. After all, the number of villagers blocked at the gate of Wu City was not small, at least over 100. If left unmanaged, it would likely lead to very negative consequences. The city lord is already trying to find a solution. Right now, even the city lord's manor is filled with people. There really isn't any room to spare. Dashan also appeared quite helpless. He had once been a villager himself and naturally didn't want to see this. Can't more floors be added to the houses? Lu Chen suggested. In any case, the physical rules of the block world aren't governed by Newton, so it wouldn't matter if more floors were built on top. We want to. But there aren't enough materials. If there were enough materials, we would naturally add more floors. Alright, warrior Lu Chen, let's head into the city first. Dashan pulled Lu Chen and squeezed toward the inside. Warrior Dashan, this must be the warrior Lu Chen you mentioned, right? When the guard at the gate saw Dashan, his expression instantly changed to a smile as he spoke. Yes. We're going in now. Remember not to harm these villagers, try your best to appease them, Dashan said. The guard naturally didn't dare to say much and quickly agreed. How can they go in? Why can't we? Why are you treating people differently? Is this Wu City? Do you simply not value the lives of villagers? Lu Chen suddenly stopped. Dashan beside him was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, don't mind their words, we've already done our best. Lu Chen nodded, but he still turned back and walked up to the villager who had been shouting the loudest. When that villager saw Lu Chen, clad in iron armor and holding a strange long blade, approaching him, he was so frightened that he hurriedly backed up several steps. What is your name? Seeing this, Lu Chen did not approach any further. Wu Dan, the man stammered. You all want to enter Wu City to seek protection, don't you? Lu Chen scanned the crowd and spoke loudly. No one in the crowd gathered at the gate of Wu City dared to make a sound. After all, the man before them clearly didn't look like someone to be trifled with. If they said the wrong thing and earned his resentment, it would be disastrous. I promise you, within 3 days, I will solve your safety issues and guarantee that you can enter Wu City, Lu Chen said loudly after a moment of thought. 3 days. Enter Wu City. Everyone looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Everyone was speculating about his identity. Which important figure of Wu City was this, to dare make such a guarantee? Dashan, who was behind Lu Chen, gave a bitter smile and then also stepped forward. Everyone should know me. I guarantee on my honor as a warrior that every word warrior Lu Chen says can be trusted. Warrior Lu Chen. Is he also a warrior? Didn't you see? Even the recently famous Boulder swordsman is making a guarantee. Isn't it obvious enough? We're saved. We're saved. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen nodded, then turned and walked into Wu City. On the streets of Wu City, Dashan beside Lu Chen finally couldn't help himself. Brother Lu Chen, do you really have a way to let them enter the city? You should know that there isn't a single empty space left in Wu City. Carefully dodging a furnace on the ground, Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but I'm afraid I'll need to ask for the opinion of your martial city lord. What method? Dashan was incredibly curious. What method could possibly provide rooms for over 100 people so suddenly? Lu Chen blinked. It's a secret for now. Alright. Dashan shrugged helplessly. Let's go. I'll take you to see the city lord. I believe he will appreciate you very much. This city lord's manor is quite large. Lu Chen stared intently at the giant statue in front of him. It was a brave warrior holding a massive axe high. This is the martial king statue, the faith of everyone around Wu City. Dashan looked at the martial king statue with a fanatical gaze. After all, what boy in the block world doesn't aspire to become a martial king? Unfortunately, refugees were seen entering and leaving the massive city lord's manor from time to time. It seemed that Wu City was indeed just as Dashan had said, completely overcrowded. Even the city lord's manor had become a gathering place for refugees. Walking into the city lord's residence, warrior Dashan led Lu Chen through several long corridors before arriving at a large courtyard. This was originally the place where city lord Wu and his family lived. Now that rooms are tight, we have had to move our daily meetings here, warrior Dashan said, looking at the beautiful scenery around them. Lu Chen nodded. It seemed that this city lord of Wu City was truly a man of the people. Unfortunately, no matter what methods he used, it was very difficult to suddenly solve the housing problem for so many people in such a short time. No. Under no circumstances can we abandon these villagers. But there are no empty rooms left in Wu City, and the number of refugees is increasing day by day. Even if you solve the issue for these 100+ people, there will be another 100+ tomorrow, an old voice said helplessly. That still won't do. Since its founding, Wu City has never abandoned villagers outside the city to fend for themselves. Actually, it's not difficult to solve the villagers' housing problem. City Lord, give me 1,000 soldiers, and I can solve the problem. Most of the soldiers have been sent out to rescue villagers in the surrounding towns. Where would I find 1,000 soldiers? I don't even have 500 left. Lu Chen looked at the room ahead, from which the sound of constant arguing could be heard. It seemed the city lord was having a hard time. Then, the two of them pushed open the door and walked in. I don't need 1,000 soldiers. City lord, you only need to lend me 100 soldiers, and I can add another 2,000 rooms to Wu City within 3 days. Lu Chen's voice rang out in the silent room, instantly causing a stir like a stone dropped into water. Where did this brat come from? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Where are the guards? Throw him out. The middle-aged man who had just asked the city lord for 1,000 soldiers frowned and immediately called the guards at the door over. Captain Bian Shang, why be in such a rush? It wouldn't hurt to listen to brother Lu Chen finish first. Warrior Dashan, who was standing to the side, stopped the guards and laughed loudly. Captain Bian Shang's expression changed, and then he snorted heavily and said nothing more. He could have the guards throw out that stranger, but he couldn't afford to offend warrior Dashan. After all, as the city lord's current favorite, it was rumored that the city lord intended to betroth his daughter, Dai Ya, to him. He was just a guard captain of Wu City, and he had only spoken up just now to show off in front of the city lord. Naturally, it wasn't worth clashing with warrior Dashan. Oh. Warrior Dashan is back. Tell us the news you brought. The man in iron armor sitting in the main seat of the conference room looked at warrior Dashan with a smile. Yes, City Lord. I traveled for several days and finally discovered traces of the monster Great Rift that the High Priest spoke of in the Moling area. Warrior Dashan spoke methodically, while Lu Chen was looking at the man sitting in the main seat with great interest. So this was the martial city lord. He looked no different from a passerby. If he were put on the street, Lu Chen would never have guessed that he was a city lord. Moreover, Lu Chen discovered an interesting thing. He noticed on the mini-map that not only were these Wu City officials in the room, but something else seemed to have snuck in as well. That's the general situation. The scale of that monster Great Rift definitely requires us to take special precautions. If it erupts, I'm afraid current Wu City will find it hard to withstand. About 3 minutes later, Warrior Dashan had basically finished his report. It seems the High Priest's prophecy was correct. The age of great chaos is about to arrive. A trace of worry appeared in the eyes of the martial city lord. This must be Warrior Lu Chen, right? Truly, heroes are born from the youth. First Warrior Dashan, and now you, Warrior Lu Chen. It seems we have quite a few talents here in Wu City. After a while, the martial city lord turned his gaze to Lu Chen. Lu Chen slightly cupped his fists in a gesture of acknowledgement. It wasn't that he was being perfunctory on purpose, but rather that those guys who had snuck in seemed to be about to take action. How bold. The city lord is praising you because he sees you are young and promising. Don't be ungrateful. Captain Bian Shang, who had long found Lu Chen an eyesore, seized the opportunity to reprimand Lu Chen upon seeing this. Lu Chen glanced at him but didn't pay much attention. You are a dying man, I can't be bothered to deal with you. What did you say? Captain Bian Shang was furious. Ignoring the many officials nearby, he drew the iron sword in his hand. Bang! But before Captain Bian Shang could rush over, a sudden explosion rang out instantly. And the location of the explosion was, coincidentally, right behind where Captain Bian Shang was standing. Captain Bian Shang couldn't react in time and was instantly engulfed by the explosion. Who dares to cause trouble in the city lord's residence? The martial city lord was instantly furious and immediately took out his weapon. It's actually a monster explosive axe. Lu Chen exclaimed when he saw the giant axe, which looked like a shovel, in the hands of the martial city lord. Although this strangely shaped axe was not as rare as the underground greatsword, it was one of the drops from a boss in the overworld and was several times stronger than ordinary weapons. Ha ha ha. You pathetic bunch of humans, actually hiding here having a meeting. Two black, slender figures appeared. The Enderman race. Everyone exclaimed upon seeing these figures. And the martial city lord looked even worse. The Enderman race had existed since the creation war and had appeared as the opposition to humanity. At that time, the Enderman race's eerie teleportation ability and powerful damage caused great trouble for humanity. If it hadn't been for the Mage King, Mew, one of the first generation of 4 legendary warriors, who sealed the Enderman Queen deep within the end, and sealed the end along with her, I'm afraid the human army would have suffered heavy losses. But after so many years, the Enderman race had actually reappeared in the world. I'm afraid your target isn't here, is it? Just as everyone in Wu City was in a standoff with the Enderman, a voice abruptly rang out. Who are you? How come I haven't heard that there is someone like you in Wu City? The Enderman saw the figure of the person who spoke and asked curiously. The person who just spoke was Lu Chen, and in fact, he had already discovered the Enderman hiding outside the room's wall through the mini-map. But what Lu Chen found strange was that there were clearly 3 Endermen hiding in the back earlier, but only 2 had appeared now. So where did the other one go? City Lord, may I ask what the large warehouse to the right of the City Lord's residence is used for? Lu Chen asked, looking at the icon of the other Enderman on the mini-map. The martial city lord thought for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Their target is the Wu City warehouse. It's actually the warehouse. Lu Chen muttered. It seemed these Endermen intended to wipe out Wu City's warehouse. If that happened, I'm afraid Wu City would immediately collapse. Hee, so what if you know? Who among you can stop us? The leading Enderman was not worried at all. Before executing the plan, it had already investigated. In today's meeting at the City Lord's residence, the only ones with combat ability were the City Lord and this warrior known as the Boulder Swordsman, the others were not to be feared at all. That's why they left 2 here, while the other Enderman took TNT to their warehouse. The martial City Lord and warrior Dashan exchanged a look, anxiety revealing itself in their eyes. Even if the 2 of them could stop these 2 Endermen, it would be difficult for the rest of the people, even combined, to stop the other Enderman. And most of the warriors of Wu City were currently outside the city executing missions. This was the moment when Wu City was most defenseless. And these Endermen had just happened to sneak in at this time. That's right. Isn't there still Brother Lu Chen? Warrior Dashan suddenly slapped his forehead and then said pleasantly surprised. Quest received. Protect the Wu City warehouse. Quest reward. Potion of luck. Failure penalty. All attributes 10%. Looking at the panel that appeared in front of him, Lu Chen curled his lips. It seems I, Lu, have no choice but to take action. Martial City Lord, Dashan, you'll have no problem holding back these 2 Endermen, right? Lu Chen turned and asked. After all, it wouldn't be hard for him to stop that one Enderman alone, but if they couldn't hold back these 2, it would be dangerous for him to be flanked by 3 Endermen at once. Don't worry. The martial city lord and I definitely won't let you be disturbed. Dashan guaranteed, patting his chest. What a huge joke. You think this brat alone can stop our Enderman clan? One of the Endermen said disdainfully. Whether I can or not, won't you know once we try? Lu Chen laughed, shaking his head. I'd like to see just how much skill you have, boy, the Enderman's cold voice came. Lu Chen ignored it and turned to rush toward the warehouse. After all, if he wasted any more time with these two Endermen here, the TNT over there would likely be detonated. Lu Chen walked out of the room and found it surrounded by people, all seemingly curious about what was happening inside. But when Lu Chen stepped out, these people scattered in a panic. They liked to watch the commotion, but if they were noticed by the big shots inside, it would be bad news. Lu Chen glanced at the location on his mini-map and then quickly rushed in that direction. Because the warehouse was a vital location in Wu City, it had been built in the innermost part of the city lord's manor. To breach the warehouse, one first had to breach the city lord's manor. The difficulty of this was undoubtedly immense. Because of this, the Wu City warehouse had remained safe and sound for hundreds of years. But today, an uninvited guest had arrived. A dark black figure walked calmly inside. The guards raised their iron swords and moved to intercept it. But the moment they approached the Enderman, its figure vanished instantly. When it reappeared, it was already behind the guards. By the time the guards reacted, it was too late. The Enderman's long, thin arms pierced straight through their chests, even the iron armor they wore seemed fragile and useless. Annoying flies. Knowing you can't stop me, yet still coming to your deaths. After cleaning up the guards, the Enderman walked calmly toward the warehouse. Creak tilde. With an ancient-sounding groan, the heavy doors of the Wu City warehouse were pushed open by the Enderman. So this is the human's warehouse. Tisk, 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 how wealthy. I really want to take these things back to the end. The Enderman walked slowly through the warehouse, looking at chest after chest of supplies. Envious. Too bad it's not yours. The Enderman walking through the warehouse suddenly stiffened, then the corners of its mouth curled up slightly. Interesting, another fly has come. It's not certain who the fly is yet. Lu Chen didn't waste words and slashed out directly. Whoosh. Just as the blade of the Odachi was about to touch the Enderman, its figure suddenly vanished. Lu Chen, however, seemed to have expected this and slashed back behind him. Whoosh. The Enderman that had just teleported vanished again instantly, reappearing 10 blocks away from Lu Chen. How does this guy seem to know the patterns of my teleportation? The Enderman was somewhat shocked. It had thought it could easily deal with this fly, but now it was caught off guard. Lu Chen rubbed his nose and laughed disdainfully. Little punk, when I was playing MC, you probably weren't even born yet. But Lu Chen didn't get careless. After all, this was much more cunning than the Enderman in the game. The Enderman was now looking a bit anxious. Its originally easy plan now had this human interfering. If anything unexpected happened on the Martial City Lord's side, this plan might fail. I don't believe it. You can't possibly predict my appearance pattern every single time. The Enderman's figure vanished again. You fell for it. Seeing the Enderman vanish again, Lu Chen stopped attacking and instead started running. Whoosh. Thud. The Enderman had just teleported out, but instead of appearing in front of Lu Chen, it slammed its head straight into a stone. Where did this stone come from? Just as the Enderman was wondering, it suddenly felt a chill below. The Enderman's body instantly flashed red, and then it vanished. But when it reappeared, it was still in the same spot as before. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my teleportation? Where is that human? The Enderman began to doubt itself. Normally, each of its teleports should bring it near the enemy. But now, it couldn't see any trace of the opponent. But immediately after, it felt another chill below. Over and over like this, the Enderman was being driven insane by the torture. With one final scream, the Enderman turned into a pile of experience on the ground. Congratulations, you have obtained Ender Pearl *1. Congratulations, you have obtained Ender Chest *1. Congratulations on your first kill of an Enderman. Please go to the Hunting Codex to draw an ability. Listening to the system notifications, Lu Chen, who was hiding under the stone blocks, smiled with satisfaction. This, pedicure divine skill, was still as effective as ever. It was also because this Enderman didn't know this method. Otherwise, if it had just cleared these few blocks, it would have found Lu Chen hiding underneath. You didn't die in vain. This is the pedicure divine skill summarized by countless players, specifically for dealing with you Enderman. Lu Chen shrugged. Let's check the hunting codex first. Lu Chen hadn't drawn the special ability from his first skeleton kill yet, and now he had another one from the Enderman. At this moment, two more portraits were lit up in the hunting codex, the skeleton archer and the Enderman. I'll try my luck with the skeleton archer's ability first, Lu Chen thought. If his luck was bad, he'd wait another day to draw the Enderman's ability. Randomly drawing ability. Congratulations, you have obtained a special ability, Precision Shot. Precision Shot. Within tens, your long-range attacks within normal range have a 100% hit rate. Cooldown. 5 minutes. This is nice. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This skill was truly quite strong. If paired with some high-damage long-range weapons, it would be amazing. It seems my luck is pretty good today. Should I do another draw? Let's do it. No point in saving it. Lu Chen clicked to draw the ability. Randomly drawing ability. Congratulations, you have obtained a special ability, Block Theft. Block Theft. You can remove any block with your bare hands. Can be used 5 times consecutively. Cooldown. 1h. Block Theft. Lu Chen stared intently at the description of this skill. Any block. If used correctly, this would be a god-tier skill. Lu Chen patted his hands in satisfaction. It seemed his luck was quite good today. Lu Chen was already considering whether he should reward Miss Five Fingers. Although he had most hoped to obtain the Enderman's teleportation ability, this block theft did not disappoint him. I wonder how things are going on City Lord Wu's side. Lu Chen simply sat down on the ground and waited quietly. He didn't need to worry about the battle over there. After all, Dashan and City Lord Wu were no weaker than him, and dealing with 2 Endermen would naturally be no problem for them. After waiting for about 30 minutes, someone finally rushed to the warehouse. However, to Lu Chen's surprise, the person who arrived was not City Lord Wu or Dashan, but a stranger he didn't recognize. Who are you? Why are you in the Wu City warehouse, and where is the Enderman that came to sabotage it? The man looked at Lu Chen coldly, as if interrogating a prisoner, while squads of soldiers rushed in behind him. If he had asked politely, Lu Chen might have had the patience to explain. But with this attitude, Lu Chen wouldn't give him the time of day. Seeing that Lu Chen had no intention of responding and was instead engrossed in flipping through a book, the man couldn't help but frown. So that's it, forging an iron sword can actually be achieved with such exquisite craftsmanship. Lu Chen marveled as he flipped through the Tinker's Construct Manual. Ever since he obtained this Tinker's Construct Manual from the mayor of Windbell Town, he hadn't had the chance to read through it. He hadn't even mastered many of the techniques inside. At this stage, Lu Chen could probably only forge things like pickaxes and shovels. How bold. Lord Puba is speaking to you, are you deaf? Before the man named Puba could lose his temper, an assistant beside him shouted angrily. What did they call this? This is called, the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. The only response was a slow, mocking remark. I'll see just how capable you are. The assistant was clearly at the end of his tether and charged forward, iron sword and shield in hand. Puba's eyes flickered, but he did not stop him. He also wanted to see if the person before him actually had the capital to be so arrogant. Crack. But just as the assistant rushed over, a flash of light flickered, and he was instantly sent flying backward, while the shield in his hand shattered directly in midair. Such attack power. Puba's pupils constricted. He had only seen this kind of destructive capability from 2 people before. One was the martial city lord, who was invincible with a giant axe, and the other was the recently risen boulder swordsman, whose underground greatsword was also incredibly powerful. But where did this person come from, to possess such strength? Just as Puba was filled with horror, a boisterous laugh echoed from outside the warehouse. Ha ha. I knew warrior Lu Chen could do it. As expected, he actually repelled the Enderman all by himself. City Lord. When the people in the warehouse heard this voice, they all stepped back and spoke respectfully. Oh, Warrior Puba is here too. Perfect, let me introduce you. This is Warrior Lu Chen, his strength is not inferior to Dashan's. He held off the Enderman in this warehouse all on his own, the martial city lord introduced with a smile. Hearing this, Puba's expression changed instantly, then he cupped his hands and said, "So it is Warrior Lu Chen. I have witnessed your skill." Lu Chen simply waved his hand. Just as the two were wondering what Lu Chen meant, they saw him pull out an ender pearl. To correct you, that Enderman wasn't repelled, it was slaughtered by me. As Lu Chen's words fell, the crowd was silent for a moment before instantly erupting into an uproar. What? You slaughtered the Enderman? How did you do it? Puba and the city lord both stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. Especially the city lord, having fought Enderman before, he naturally knew that repelling one was simple, but trying to kill one was as difficult as reaching the heavens. With their teleportation ability, most attacks were basically ineffective against them, and long-range attacks were completely useless. If someone told him that an Enderman had been slaughtered, he would definitely curse that person for dreaming. But before him, Lu Chen had produced an Ender Pearl. As the city lord of Wu City, he naturally recognized such an item. If he hadn't slaughtered that Enderman, how could he have an Ender Pearl in his hand? Oh, right, there's also this. Before the crowd could finish processing the news, Lu Chen pulled out a black box. This is? Puba asked in confusion. He had never seen such a strange box. This is an ender chest. The martial city lord froze, then said with pleasant surprise. Correct. Lu Chen placed the ender chest on the ground and opened it. What met everyone's eyes was a chest full of TNT. As if afraid they wouldn't destroy the Wu City warehouse, those Endermen had actually prepared several hundred blocks of TNT inside. These Endermen must be insane. Puba said in shock. With all this TNT combined, never mind the Wu City warehouse, probably half the city lord's mansion would have been leveled to the ground. They aren't afraid of blowing themselves up, so naturally they made foolproof preparations, Lu Chen muttered. This time, we owe it all to warrior Lu Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would truly be unimaginable. Only now did the martial city lord realize just how great a contribution Lu Chen had made. If not for Lu Chen, Wu City might have truly been destroyed by the Enderman's plan. After all, this warehouse was the lifeblood of the entire Wu City, basically all operational expenses came from here. Once the warehouse was destroyed, it wouldn't just be Wu City, even the surrounding towns and villages would be affected. Moreover, it was currently a special period, monsters were reviving and chaos was beginning. Wu City stood here like a stabilizing pillar. If something were to happen to Wu City, the entire region would be impacted. Lu Chen simply waved his hand. It's all in a day's work, no need to thank me. Who told me to be a good socialist youth? Brother Lu Chen. Just then, a voice came from outside the warehouse. Dashan. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Chen immediately went to meet him with a beaming smile. Glancing at the surroundings, Dashan gave a thumbs up. Impressive, Brother Lu Chen. I didn't expect that Enderman would actually be dealt with by you. Lu Chen replied modestly, it was luck, just luck. But the way everyone looked at Lu Chen had long since changed. If an Enderman could be killed by luck, then Endermen wouldn't be considered their most difficult enemies. Mission complete. Congratulations, you have obtained Potion of Luck *1. It's done. Lu Chen's face lit up with joy. With this Potion of Luck, he would soon be able to get a pet. Holding the Potion of Luck in his hand, Lu Chen excitedly opened the crafting table. That's right, this is it. The essential item for crafting the X potion. Normally, the Potion of Luck cannot be crafted unless a mod is added to make it possible. However, this time the mission rewarded him with one directly, which perfectly met Lu Chen's needs. As for the X potion, it is an essential item for artificially creating a mutant creeper. If one can kill a mutant creeper, they can obtain a creeper egg. Once successfully hatched, they can obtain a creeper pet that belongs exclusively to them. In his past life, Lu Chen had a creeper pet in the game. Although it couldn't do anything other than act cute, it was deeply loved by Lu Chen. After all, he wouldn't tell others that he had also added a monster girl mod. Seeing that the warehouse was safe and sound, the city lord led everyone away, leaving only a squad of soldiers to guard the warehouse. Although the Enderman's plan had been thwarted, and even the Ender chest containing the explosives had been seized by Lu Chen, they still couldn't afford to let their guard down. After all, who knew what else that group of Endermen might do? Everyone came to another room. After all, the previous room had been destroyed in the battle and could no longer be used, so they had to switch to a different one. These Endermen are truly terrifying. They really act without any consideration for the consequences, one of the elders said first after everyone sat down. This was a highly respected elder of Wu City. He used to manage the entire finances of Wu City, and although he had retired to the second line, he still possessed a very high degree of influence. Fortunately, warrior Lu Chen intervened in time, which caused the Enderman's plans to fall apart. At this point, he changed the subject and turned to praise Lu Chen. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled without saying anything. He didn't even know this guy, so why did he suddenly start flattering him? That is a matter of course. Warrior Lu Chen's contribution this time is immeasurable, so I intend to grant Warrior Lu Chen a spot in the Martial King's secret realm, the Martial City Lord pondered aloud. What? City Lord, please reconsider. Haven't these spots already been decided? Upon hearing this, everyone's attitude immediately shifted. After all, they flattered Lu Chen because he had sufficient strength, but when it came to actually sharing the benefits that belonged to them, they naturally wouldn't be happy. Watching the way everyone's faces changed like a magic trick, Lu Chen couldn't help but find it amusing. However, he was also very confused about what the secret realm spot the city lord mentioned was, and why it provoked such an attitude from everyone. Brother Lu Chen, you are new here, so you don't know. This Wu city has a warrior secret realm left behind by the Martial King. It contains a large number of treasures, and it is even said that it holds the inheritance of the Martial King. Dashan, who was beside him, explained to Lu Chen. Lu Chen suddenly realized, so it was something like a dungeon. For example, the city lord's strangely shaped axe was obtained from the Martial King's secret realm. Lu Chen looked at the city lord in surprise, not expecting that weapon to have been obtained from the secret realm. Looking at it this way, it seemed there really were some treasures in the secret realm worth caring about. At this moment, everyone was still arguing endlessly about whether to give Lu Chen a spot in the secret realm, but Lu Chen laughed and said, "Then I thank the city lord for your kindness." The conference room suddenly went quiet, and then everyone looked at Lu Chen. How come you don't play by the rules? We haven't even decided yet, so why are you already thanking him? If they continued to argue at this point, it would be a slap in the face to the city lord. The reason they dared to deny Lu Chen was because even if Lu Chen was strong, he was just one person, with no power or influence behind him. But the Martial City Lord was different. Standing behind him was the Martial King family. Every Martial City Lord was the eldest legitimate son of the Martial King family. If one did not have the bloodline of the Martial King, they would not be qualified to serve as the Martial City Lord. Even if they were given 10,000 guts, they probably wouldn't dare to provoke the Martial King family, which ranked in the top 10 across the entire block world. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. I hope warrior Lu Chen will make the most of this opportunity. City Lord Wu also laughed out loud. By the way, didn't warrior Lu Chen agree to help us solve the refugee problem? Seeing that the city lord had already agreed, everyone couldn't say anything more. However, they brought up the previous refugee problem. This was not a simple matter. After all, nearly 100 refugees arrived from the surroundings of Wu City every single day. Although most of the refugees had already entered Wu City, there were still a certain number outside. It was precisely because of this that no one was willing to accept this mess. Excluding the soldiers on regular guard duty, the entire Wu City only had a few hundred people. And most of these few hundred people were currently guarding the Wu City warehouse. This was clearly a thankless job. They intended to use this job to take down a peg or two of warrior Lu Chen's arrogance. Young man, what's the use of knowing how to fight? Here, you have to rely on social connections and worldly wisdom. Warrior Lu Chen, what high opinions do you have regarding the refugee problem? The martial city lord looked at Lu Chen at this moment. He had been struggling with this problem for a long time. In the meeting that had just been disrupted, what they were discussing was precisely this refugee problem. There was no spare manpower to build houses, and the refugees piling up outside were increasing day by day, which truly gave him a headache and made him anxious. City Lord, I'll say it again. If you can assign me 100 people, I can increase housing for 2,000 people within 3 days. Of course, you must provide enough materials. Lu Chen just smiled confidently. At this moment, he was already fully prepared. Good, then we will do as Warrior Lu Chen says. I will assign you 100 people, and all materials will be drawn from the Wu City warehouse. As long as you can solve the refugee problem within 3 days, you will be a hero of our Wu City. The martial city lord was not an indecisive person and agreed immediately. Seeing that it was a done deal, some people who didn't think highly of Lu Chen just secretly thought, I'd like to see what method you actually use to build houses for 2,000 people in 3 days. After the meeting ended, Lu Chen was led by Dashan to an empty room. Dashan looked at Lu Chen with some worry. Brother Lu Chen, do you really have a way to build so many houses in 3 days? You know, one person can build at most 1 house a day, and that's not counting the time to transport materials. You only have a mere 100 people. Lu Chen patted Dashan on the shoulder. Don't worry, I naturally have a way. 3 days is just to be safe. Actually, if things go smoothly, I'm afraid it could be solved in just 1 day. Seeing Lu Chen so confident, Dashan couldn't say anything more. My room is not far away. If anything comes up, Warrior Lu Chen can go there to find me. Lu Chen nodded, watched Dashan walk away, then turned and entered his room. Early the next morning, Lu Chen woke up. It wasn't that he was particularly diligent, it was just that since coming to this world, he seemed to have lost the ability to feel tired. Simply put, he could sleep if he wanted to, but there was no need. Nevertheless, Lu Chen still slept properly. After all, he was afraid of getting some kind of debuff. As soon as Lu Chen opened his door, he was startled. Standing neatly outside his room were 100 soldiers, while Dashan sat waiting on the steps by the door. Brother Lu Chen, you're awake. Dashan stood up immediately upon seeing Lu Chen come out. You guys are. These are the 100 soldiers the city lord assigned to you. He also told me to assist you, Dashan said, pointing to the soldiers behind him. It seems the city lord has full confidence in me, Lu Chen said with a smile. Then let's begin. By the way, do you have any vacant areas here? Ideally, somewhere large. Dashan thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, there is one place that fits. Not long after, Lu Chen and the others arrived at a certain location. It was just as Dashan had described, a very spacious open area. Why is there such a large open space here? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Logically, land within Wu City should be extremely valuable. Why would such a large plot exist without any buildings? Because this is the training ground, Dashan replied with a mysterious smile. Lu Chen realized. No wonder there weren't any buildings, it was the military training ground of Wu City. Then let's begin now, Lu Chen said, looking at everyone. Everyone looked at Lu Chen. After all, they were very curious about what method could possibly build so many houses in such a short time. Open Mod Store. Mod Store. 1 mini-map mod purchased provides a wide-range mini-map. All explored areas are permanently saved. 2 Lucky Block mod. Killing monsters has a chance to drop lucky blocks. Lucky blocks can be used to randomly obtain anything. 3 Modern Weapons mod. Provides manufacturing methods for modern firearms. Lu Chen scrolled down and finally found what he was looking for. Fast Building mod. Allows the creation of instant building packages by consuming materials. Using a instant building package can generate a structure with one click. This is the one. Lu Chen chose to purchase it immediately. Consumed level 5 EXP. Fast building mod purchased successfully. Lu Chen walked over to a nearby crafting table and checked the crafting recipes. Bring me a stack of wood and stone first, Lu Chen said. The waiting soldiers immediately took a stack of logs and stones from a storage chest and handed them over. Let's try making the simplest survival hut first. Lu Chen used a dozen or so logs and stones to craft the simplest survival hut. Congratulations! You have obtained a instant building package, basic survival hut. Let's test it out. Lu Chen held the instant building package in his hand and signaled for everyone to step back. Brother Lu Chen, what is that in your hand? Da Shan asked curiously, looking at the instant building package. You'll know in a moment, Lu Chen said with a wink and a smile. Finding a suitable spot on the empty ground, Lu Chen placed the instant building package directly onto the earth. Would you like to use the instant building package? Yes. Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a second. Whoosh. Following Lu Chen's confirmation, a house made of wooden planks instantly appeared on the empty ground before him. A bedroom, storage cabinets, a furnace, a crafting table. It was a standard survival hut, basically meeting all the needs for survival. This. Da Shan, standing to the side, was so shocked his mouth hung open. He had just seen Lu Chen place that block from his hand onto the ground, and a house had appeared in an instant. It wasn't just Da Shan, the surrounding soldiers were clearly stunned as well. They had never seen anything like this. Usually, they built houses block by block. Now, there was suddenly such a thing that, when placed on the ground, made a house appear with a whoosh. Could this be the legendary magic? Hurry and bring the materials. Let's try to finish today, Lu Chen said, patting the stunned Da Shan. Oh. Right. Da Shan finally snapped out of it and hurriedly directed the soldiers to move crates of materials from the warehouse to this spot. Lu Chen took materials with his left hand and placed the crafted instant building packages into a chest with his right. The tricky part was that these instant building packages couldn't be stacked, so they quickly ran out of chest space. Da Shan, how about this? You take some men and start using these instant building packages, while the rest stay here with me to continue making more, Lu Chen suggested after a moment's thought. Da Shan agreed immediately and took about 10 men, each of whom filled their backpacks with instant building packages. Then, led by Da Shan, they set off in a grand procession toward the city center. The remaining soldiers continued to bring materials in an orderly fashion and then moved the chests filled with instant building packages to the side. By the way, is there any obsidian in your warehouse? Lu Chen suddenly stopped a soldier to ask. Reporting to warrior Lu Chen, there is indeed obsidian in the warehouse. Should I bring a crate over? The soldier replied. Lu Chen waved his hand. A crate isn't necessary, just bring me a stack. The soldier nodded and headed for the warehouse. Looking at the square sun in the sky, it was already noon. Lu Chen had produced at least 800 to 1,000 instant building packages. At this time, Da Shan and the others who had gone to build the houses returned. Ha ha ha. Brother Lu Chen, you should have seen it. Those old fogies were completely dumbfounded when they saw the instant building packages. They kept muttering, this is impossible, this is impossible. Da Shan said excitedly. Da Shan didn't like those high-ranking old geezers either. When he first arrived in Wu City, those old men had given him quite a hard time. Seeing Lu Chen metaphorically slap their faces like this naturally made Da Shan happy. Now those old fogies certainly won't have the face to oppose you entering the secret realm anymore. After all, their children and grandchildren only got their spots by relying on their connections, Da Shan said with a look of dissatisfaction. Will there be many people entering the secret realm? Lu Chen's interest was piqued. Not really, but there will be at least a dozen, and people from other major cities will come as well, Da Shan said, curling his lip as if remembering something unpleasant. People from other cities? Lu Chen asked curiously. Yes, there are a few troublesome fellows among them. Last year, the final treasure of the Martial King's secret realm was claimed by a guy from Zan City, Da Shan said gloomily. What he didn't say was that he had also participated that year. However, as a newcomer, even with his underground greatsword, he had been badly beaten. Even his treasures had been snatched away by those people. I see. Lu Chen was not particularly worried. It was just a few block people. If one came, he would slay one, and if two came, he would slay a pair. Moreover, a monster of a genius has emerged in Fa City this year. It is said that they have received the true teachings of the Spell King and can even cast some arcane spells. Dashan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Spells." Lu Chen mused. He wondered if this so-called spellcasting was from the Nevermind or if there were other spell mods involved. After all, he knew of several mods that allowed for spellcasting. Among them, there were no lack of extremely overpowered abilities. It seems I cannot let my guard down. Lu Chen thought to himself. Should he buy the Modern Weapons, Vic's Modern Warfare, mod? Then, regardless of whatever spells they had, could they be faster than his bullets? However, this mod required quite a lot of experience, and Lu Chen only had level 9 experience left, which was not enough to buy it. It seems it's time to go grind for levels. Lu Chen thought to himself. After all, experience was a hard currency. For him, it could be used not only for enchanting but also to purchase various mods. It was just a pity that the mob spawning mechanics in this world were different from the game, otherwise, a mob farm would solve everything. Warrior Lu Chen, the obsidian you asked for is here. A soldier arrived in front of Lu Chen, panting, holding a stack of obsidian in his hands. What does Warrior Lu Chen need obsidian for? This stuff is useless except for being hard. Dashan looked at the obsidian in Lu Chen's hand in surprise, clearly not understanding what Lu Chen wanted to do. If this thing were from the past, it would definitely be considered a forbidden item. After all, obsidian was an essential item for building a nether portal. However, after the creation war ended, the creator god Notch directly sealed the nether dimension. Even if one used obsidian to build a portal, it could not be successfully activated. So that's how it is. Lu Chen suddenly thought of the portal beneath the monster Great Rift. Could it be that the portal wasn't built by Brother Demon, but had existed originally? How could a nether portal still remain there? But Lu Chen did not say it out loud. After all, he was already involved with that place. If he said it, he might immediately be treated as an outcast. It was even possible he would end up with the same fate as Brother Demon. After being busy for an entire afternoon, Lu Chen finally placed the last quick building package into the storage chest, then collapsed onto the ground. Repeating this action all day long had left Lu Chen physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, he had successfully crafted all 2,000 quick building packages, and all that remained was for Dashan and his team to finish installing them. At this moment, the sun had already sunk to the edge of the horizon, and night was about to fall. Originally, Lu Chen intended to let Dashan and the others continue the installation tomorrow. However, Dashan waved his hand, indicating that even if they had to stay up all night, they would finish installing all these building packages today. After all, those refugees were in danger for every extra day they stayed outside. Lu Chen couldn't win against him, so he had to go along to help install the building packages. They installed until late at night and finally finished installing all the building packages. Looking at the row of brightly lit new houses behind him, Dashan was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Thank you, Brother Lu Chen." Lu Chen looked at him in confusion. Actually, the reason I didn't look back when I entered Wu City that day was because I saw the elders from our village. I didn't dare to look back because I was afraid of disappointing them, as I had no way to give them a place to stay. But Brother Lu Chen managed to do it, and as a stranger, you were willing to help so many people. Lu Chen patted his shoulder. You have already done very well. If I were a woman, I would certainly fall for Brother Lu Chen, but unfortunately. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Chen almost choked to death on Dashan's words. How could you repay kindness with this? Early the next morning, Lu Chen and Dashan arrived early at the gates of Wu City. But there, they saw an unexpected person. City Lord Wu, why are you here? Lu Chen asked in surprise. It was barely dawn. What was this city lord doing here instead of sleeping? I heard you have already completed the task. City Lord Wu looked at Lu Chen with a gratified expression. Entrusting this matter to Lu Chen was originally just a last resort for him. After all, besides him, no one else in Wu City was willing to take on this mess. After all, everyone knew that this was a task that was basically impossible to complete. But Lu Chen had given him a surprise. In just one day, Lu Chen had finished building the 2,000 houses he had promised. Although it felt incredible, the facts were right in front of him. I thank you on behalf of these villagers. City Lord Wu said. Lu Chen waved his hand. There was no need to say such sentimental words, and besides, he had benefited too, hadn't he? As the time arrived, the huge city gate slowly opened. Outside the gate, groups of villagers were either half sitting against the city wall or simply lying directly on the ground. Among them were even quite a few children. Facing the opening of the city gate, they didn't stir at all. After all, they were already numb. Even if the gate opened, it didn't have much to do with them. Is that the martial city lord? Someone suddenly shouted in surprise, and then everyone exploded into chaos. The martial city lord is here. Lord City Lord, please, let my child go in. As everyone realized it, various voices sounded one after another. The martial city lord helplessly watched this scene, then waved his hand to signal for silence. The martial city lord still held very high prestige in the hearts of these villagers, and everyone gradually quieted down. I came here this time to tell you some good news. Previously, because of insufficient internal space, Wu City banned outsiders from entering. This was a last resort. City Lord, we believe you. We have all heard that you even gave up the City Lord's mansion. A young man suddenly stood up and said. What? Even the City Lord's mansion was given up for us common villagers to live in. It seems what those guards said was true. Wu City really didn't have any spare room for us to enter. That's right, I said it before, it was so crowded inside that even the streets were packed with people. The villagers were now chattering and discussing among themselves. All right, everyone be quiet, listen to the city lord speak first. The young man waved his hand and said. But, thanks to warrior Lu Chen, Wu City has expanded by another 2,000 houses, now everyone can come in. The martial city lord's resonant words spread through the crowd. What? There are rooms. Didn't they say there was no space? How are there suddenly rooms? Are you stupid? Can't they just expand upwards? Warrior Lu Chen. Is that the warrior who promised to let us into the city that day? With the crowd's discussion, Lu Chen's name began to circulate among them. At this moment, they suddenly remembered the young man who stood at the city gate 2 days ago. That young man had promised that he would let them into the city within 3 days. And now they realized that he had done it. The crowd suddenly cheered. Warrior Lu Chen! Warrior Lu Chen! Warrior Lu Chen! Watching the cheering crowd outside Wu City, Lu Chen's heart trembled slightly, but it immediately returned to its usual calm. Under the organization of the soldiers, the refugees who had accumulated outside the city entered Wu City in an orderly fashion and were assigned their own dedicated housing. Seeing that the refugees had finally settled down, Lu Chen was about to leave when he was called out by the martial city lord. Is there something you need, city lord? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Nothing major. I just wanted to tell you that the martial king's secret realm will be opening very soon, so warrior Lu Chen should prepare, the martial city lord said, looking at Lu Chen with eyes full of admiration. After all, this was a warrior from their Wu City region. If he could make a name for himself, it would naturally bring honor to him as well. So soon? Lu Chen asked in surprise. He had thought there would be some time to prepare, but he hadn't expected it to open so quickly. Yes, the outside world is becoming increasingly unstable, so the opening time for the martial king's secret realm has been moved up. For us old folks, our combat power has peaked, so we can only do our best to help improve the strength of you younger generation, the martial city lord sighed. Also, people from other cities will be arriving in Wu City one after another soon. I hope warrior Lu Chen will help out the warriors of our Wu City, the martial city lord added, looking directly at Lu Chen. This was the real reason he had called Lu Chen back. Can't you control these guys? Aren't you afraid they'll cause trouble? Lu Chen said, feeling a bit speechless. It seemed those guys from other cities were indeed very troublesome. Dashan's strength was not weak, and with the boost from the underground greatsword, it was hard for an average person to be his match. But those guys were able to easily defeat Dashan, so it seemed they were indeed quite strong. Fine. If those people from other cities dare to attack the warriors of Wu City, I naturally won't just stand by and watch, Lu Chen agreed. This wasn't because those warriors were worth it, but rather to give the martial city lord some face. After all, he was new here, and although he had resolved the Enderman incident, it wasn't enough to earn a spot in the martial king's secret realm. Yet, the martial city lord had simply waved his hand and given him one of the spots, so he naturally had to return the favor. If someone respects me by a foot, I will naturally return it by 10 feet. This was Lu Chen's principle for doing things. Seeing Lu Chen agree, the martial city lord breathed a sigh of relief. Although Wu City had produced a warrior like Dashan, compared to other cities, its foundation was ultimately a bit weak. This couldn't be blamed on Wu City. After all, a prodigy had appeared here before, but unfortunately. The martial city lord shook his head, shaking off the distracting thoughts. If he had had any doubts about Lu Chen's strength before, from the moment Lu Chen killed the Enderman alone, he had mentally elevated Lu Chen's strength to an infinite level. After all, while an Enderman might not be considered overwhelmingly powerful, killing one was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Since Lu Chen could kill it with ease, he must definitely have some trump cards up his sleeve. However, what the martial city lord didn't know was that the reason Lu Chen was able to kill that Enderman was simply by relying on his experience from his previous life. Otherwise, with that eerie teleportation, it would have been extremely difficult for Lu Chen to successfully kill it. After a few more brief words, Lu Chen bid farewell to the city lord. On the way back to his room, Lu Chen kept thinking about how to gain experience as quickly as possible. After all, the modern weapons mod was the only way for him to rapidly increase his strength at the moment. Although the weapons in the Nevermind were much more powerful than these firearms, it was very difficult for Lu Chen to obtain them through his current channels. But firearms were different. As long as he had enough materials, Lu Chen could quickly manufacture a large amount of firepower. So what if they were geniuses from other cities? So what if they could use magic? I'll let them taste the feeling of firepower coverage. Just at this moment, a squad of soldiers brushed past Lu Chen. Warrior Puba. Where are you going? Lu Chen asked, looking at Puba, who was riding a horse, with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's Warrior Lu Chen. Ha ha ha, I'm heading to a nearby village to carry out a mission. Someone sent word that a large number of zombies and skeleton archers have appeared there. Puba replied hurriedly, not daring to be negligent upon seeing Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, then looked at the person next to Puba and said with a smile, "Brother, do you mind if I ride your horse?" That soldier hurriedly scrambled off the horse and hid behind the other soldiers. Warrior Lu Chen, what is this? Puba asked, speechless as he watched his deputy captain's behavior. Ever since he was defeated by Lu Chen in one strike, he had developed a phobia of him, and even now, he would mutter all day long, "One strike, it was only one strike. I would like to accompany Warrior Puba." What do you think, Warrior Puba? Lu Chen stated directly. Warrior Puba naturally wouldn't object and quickly agreed. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. Who said there was nowhere to gain experience? Wasn't it delivered right to his doorstep? Upon arriving at the destination, they indeed found a large number of zombies and skeletons. Lu Chen told them not to intervene and charged in alone. Puba and the many soldiers stared at each other, looking somewhat at a loss. Was this guy here to steal their jobs? He rushed straight into the group of zombies, like a wolf among sheep. Everyone else would run for their lives upon seeing zombies, but he was different. He acted like he had seen a beautiful woman, yelling and charging in. While they were dumbfounded, Lu Chen had already cleaned out the zombies, and the remaining few skeletons were also killed by him using a bow and arrow. Seeing that there were no monsters left, Lu Chen opened the door to one of the houses in the village and put on a smile that he thought was friendly, saying, "You are safe now." There were no expected cheers or hugs, instead, it incited a chorus of screams from inside. Ah! The monster is coming in. The monster is coming in. Run. I'll fight you to the death. Watching the chaos inside, 3 question marks couldn't help but appear on Lu Chen's forehead. Am I that scary? No matter what, I don't look like a zombie, do I? Kuba, who was in the distance, saw this scene and hurriedly ran over. Everyone, don't be afraid, we are the Wu City Defense Army. As he spoke, he took out his warrior badge. Only then did Lu Chen slap his forehead and take out his own warrior badge. It's a warrior. We are safe. So it's a warrior. We are saved. Only after seeing the warrior badge clearly did the villagers inside breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they came out, they still stared at Lu Chen cautiously, seemingly still unsure that such a fierce and malevolent person could be a warrior. Someone who didn't know better would have thought he was a demon escaped from the nether. Watching Puba's expression as he tried hard not to laugh, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. These days, why is it so hard to be a good person? After gathering all the surviving villagers from the village into an open space, warrior Puba explained the current situation and the settlement measures in Wu City, and left behind a squad of soldiers to escort them to Wu City. After arranging everything, Puba came before Lu Chen and said with some hesitation, "Warrior Lu Chen, I didn't steal your spotlight, did I?" Looking at Puba's cautious expression, Lu Chen patted him on the shoulder directly. There's no such thing as stealing the spotlight, it's all about serving the people. Warrior Lu Chen, what an excellent sense of awareness. Puba felt his eyes welling up with tears. The status of Warrior Lu Chen in his heart continued to rise. Just how high must one's awareness be to be able to say such things? It seems I still need to learn well from Warrior Lu Chen. Puba thought to himself. Lu Chen, however, thought to himself, "You little guy, watch me illuminate your soul with the light of socialism." After a short rest, Lu Chen and the others set off on their journey again. After all, there was more than just this one village in this area. It wasn't until nightfall that Lu Chen and his group stopped. By this time, they had searched almost the entire area and were basically certain that no villages had been missed. Warrior Lu Chen, since that's the case, we should head back. The night outside the city is still quite dangerous. Puba said worriedly, looking at the moon that had already begun to rise. Then let's start retreating. Lu Chen had already gained enough experience by this point, so there was naturally no need to stay any longer. But at this moment, the system's notification sound rang out in his mind. Night falls. Blood night approaches. The blood hunt has begun. Following the notification, a piercing piece of music suddenly rang out. Blood night. Lu Chen exclaimed. What is the blood night? Warrior Puba, who was beside him, looked puzzled. Lu Chen hurriedly looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the blocky moon in the sky had been shrouded in blood-red light, and the entire world began to grow dim. Warrior Puba, hurry back to the city. Lu Chen said with an ugly expression. The blood knight was fine for him, but Puba and his men were basically not equipped with ranged weapons. If they were targeted by a bloodthirsty bomber in the blood knight, it would be disastrous. At this moment, Puba also sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly called out to the soldiers who were scattered around resting to gather quickly. Not good. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically upon hearing the sound. Speak of the devil. He had just been worried about being targeted by a bloodthirsty bomber, and now one had appeared. I must take care of this bloodthirsty bomber as soon as possible, I can't let it call for companions. Lu Chen frowned and pulled the exquisite wooden bow from his backpack. Just as they were on alert, a strangely shaped monster was slowly flying towards them from the other side of the village. This creature looked like a block, but it had 2 pairs of long whiskers growing from its top and bottom, and it had no face, its entire face consisted of a single mouth-like square opening. It seemed to have already discovered Lu Chen and the others, and the bloodthirsty bomber's speed suddenly increased, flying rapidly towards them. Not good, we've been targeted. Lu Chen didn't hesitate anymore, directly drawing his bow and notching an arrow, then fired it. Whoosh! The arrow flew rapidly towards the bloodthirsty bomber. However, because the distance was too great, the bloodthirsty bomber easily dodged the arrow by slightly changing its altitude. Too agile. Lu Chen's expression was grim. Whoosh! Before Lu Chen could fire a second arrow, the bloodthirsty bomber fired a red spherical projectile from the square opening in its front. Raise shields. Warrior Puba saw the rapidly approaching red sphere, sensed that something was wrong, and immediately roared. All the soldiers raised their shields almost simultaneously, and Warrior Puba also directly raised his shield to block in front of himself and Lu Chen. Boom! After a loud explosion, there was silence. Warrior Puba lowered his shield and looked worriedly toward the soldiers. However, to his relief, although a large crater had been blasted into the ground in front of them, the soldiers were under the protection of their shields and were largely unharmed. We must evacuate as soon as possible. Warrior Puba, you take the soldiers and retreat first, I'll take care of this bloodthirsty bomber. Lu Chen said, staring at the bloodthirsty bomber constantly changing its position high in the sky. Warrior Lu Chen. Puba was a bit worried. Go quickly, or else no one will be able to leave. Lu Chen coldly snapped. Warrior Puba thought for a moment, looked at the soldiers behind him, gritted his teeth and said, then take care, Warrior Lu Chen. After speaking, he immediately organized the soldiers to retreat in the direction of Wu City. Seeing Puba and his men retreat, Lu Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Although the bloodthirsty bomber was very troublesome, it wasn't much of a problem for him. But for Puba and the others, it might not be the same. After all, those ordinary soldiers could withstand a few attacks with their shields, but once their shields were damaged, it would be a disaster. One round of attacks would likely blow away a whole group. Now that Puba and the others had retreated, he didn't need to spend any more effort worrying about them. Seeming somewhat unwilling to watch so many humans retreat, the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky actually bypassed Lu Chen and intended to chase after them directly. Lu Chen naturally wouldn't let it leave so easily and fired an arrow directly at it. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty bomber felt a chill behind it, was then struck by the arrow, and its health dropped instantly by a chunk. Now, relying on his own strength 2 attribute, even an ordinary bow and arrow could exert tremendous power. However, the bloodthirsty bomber's health was very thick, and the damage Lu Chen caused only knocked off about 3% of its health. This is exactly why the bloodthirsty bomber is so troublesome. It can fly, has high damage, and even its health is very thick. This thing is comparable to a mini-boss. If one didn't have ranged weapons, one would likely just be chased and bombed by this thing. Moreover, the Blood Knight didn't just consist of this one type of monster. At this moment, Lu Chen discovered that many blood mists had appeared around him. Blood mist is also one of the creatures born in the Blood Knight, belonging to the melee type. Its health is extremely thick, and it easily appears in groups. For instance, right now, at least 7 or 8 blood mists had appeared around Lu Chen, showing signs of surrounding him. And in the distance, a few more bloodthirsty bombers were swaying as they flew towards this side. Once he was truly surrounded, Lu Chen would be in real danger. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Lu Chen's moment of observation, the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky sprayed a bomb directly at him. The red ball of light grew larger and larger in Lu Chen's eyes, he could even clearly see the flaming particles shining on it. Boom! After a loud bang, the blocks around Lu Chen were blown open, directly revealing the stone layer below. The bloodthirsty bomber in the sky flew rapidly, seemingly confirming whether that detestable human had been blown to death. But just as it flew over that area, an arrow flew straight toward it, hitting true. The bloodthirsty bomber howled in pain, its body twitching incessantly from the agony. That arrow just now had actually knocked off 10% of its HP. As the thick smoke dissipated, Lu Chen's figure was revealed once again. What shocked the bloodthirsty bomber was that not a single trace of injury could be seen on Lu Chen's body. It seemed as if the attack just now had been ineffective against him. Lu Chen, however, smiled slightly and patted the blade of his odachi. The reason he was able to withstand the bloodthirsty bomber's attack unscathed just now was thanks to the odachi's enchanting thorns. The thorns enchantment on the slash blade grants it a special effect, reflecting ranged attacks. This was the reason Lu Chen had the confidence to deal with the bloodthirsty bomber. After all, if there were no way to deal with the bloodthirsty bomber's ranged attacks, he would likely be worn down to death sooner or later. But with thorns, it was different. Basically, most ranged attacks were ineffective against Lu Chen. Of course, excluding a boss's ranged attacks. If he were to take a boss's ranged attack head-on, he would likely break his odachi before even reflecting it. But against the ranged attacks of a mere bloodthirsty bomber, Lu Chen was quite confident. Seeing that this human was unscathed under its bombardment, the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky directly ordered the blood mist below to attack Lu Chen. It didn't believe it could reflect ranged attacks, but surely it couldn't reflect melee attacks too, right? Upon receiving the bloodthirsty bomber's order, the blood mist immediately rushed toward Lu Chen. Seeing several blood mist approaching rapidly, Lu Chen directly placed several stones beneath his feet, then ignored the blood mist below and continued shooting at the bloodthirsty bomber flying in the sky. Aren't you tough? If you have the guts, don't dodge. Keep dodging. Keep dodging. Let's see where you can hide in the sky. The bowstring in Lu Chen's hand was pulled taut and released repeatedly, and arrow after arrow was shot out. Under Lu Chen's rapid-fire shooting, even though the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky was extremely agile, it still couldn't avoid being hit by the arrows. As time passed, the bloodthirsty bomber's HP in the sky was steadily dropping. Yet Lu Chen dared not be the slightest bit lax. After all, several more bloodthirsty bombers were constantly approaching from the distance. He had to kill this bloodthirsty bomber before they arrived, otherwise, there would likely be no chance. As for why he absolutely had to kill this bloodthirsty bomber. Who told it to bomb me just now? Arrows flew toward the sky like a machine gun, and the bloodthirsty bomber above was almost on the verge of a breakdown. Can this guy's arrows never run out? How has it been shooting for so long without stopping? What it didn't know was that Lu Chen had already obtained 2 stacks of arrows earlier with his little white Barrow's arrows trick, and by now, he had only consumed a little over half a stack, so there was still plenty left. Beneath Lu Chen, several blood mist kept jumping, attempting to attack Lu Chen who was standing above, but all returned without success. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky kept cursing them as trash, which infuriated them to no end. If you're so capable and can fly, why don't you come down and fight him? How come you're the one being beaten and forced to flee? Finally, the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky could no longer endure it and spat another red ball of light directly at Lu Chen. Boom! There was another loud bang, but it wasn't Lu Chen who was blown up, but the blood mist beneath his feet. The few blood mist were blasted to the brink of death, and looking at the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky, they began to spew profanities. Are you blind, you fool? Bomb him. Why are you bombing us? A bunch of trash. What are you good for? Can't even stop one human. Lu Chen, however, smiled slightly and watched the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky as he pulled his bowstring taut once more. Seeing the light flashing on the arrow, the bloodthirsty bomber could no longer care about anything else and turned around to flee. Its HP was already bottoming out. If it didn't run now, it would likely perish here. Watching the rapidly departing bloodthirsty bomber, Lu Chen wasn't worried in the slightest and simply muttered in his heart, "Precision shot." Whoosh! The arrow shot out instantly, chasing after the fleeing bloodthirsty bomber in the distance. The bloodthirsty bomber discovered the arrow flying from behind and immediately dodged to the side. But before it could rejoice, that arrow turned around and shot toward it again. Accompanied by a shriek, the bloodthirsty bomber in the sky turned into specks of starlight and disappeared, leaving only a pile of experience points to prove it had just existed. Lu Chen put away his bow and arrow with satisfaction. This precision shot skill was unexpectedly useful. Being able to draw this skill could be considered good luck. Lu Chen glanced at the bloodthirsty bombers that were about to arrive in the distance, then jumped down from the blocks. The few blood mist below had been blasted to the brink of death by the bomb just now and had no fighting ability left. Lu Chen used his odachi to finish them off one by one. Time to retreat. Lu Chen could now clearly hear the flying sounds of the bloodthirsty bombers. However, the surroundings were all a vast grassland without any woods. Even if Lu Chen ran fast, it would be difficult to escape the bloodthirsty bombers' field of vision. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen pulled an iron pickaxe from his backpack and dug downwards along the pit that had been blown out earlier. After digging 3 blocks deep, Lu Chen took out the cobblestone he had collected in his backpack and placed it above his head. The surroundings instantly became pitch black. However, Lu Chen's passive skill, night vision, took effect, and the surroundings became bright again. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, listening to the sounds outside fading into the distance, and finally felt at ease. Calculating the time, Kuba and the others should be almost back to Wu City by now. Once they reached Wu City, they would be basically safe. After all, there were plenty of ranged weapons on the walls of Wu City, and if these bloodthirsty bombers arrived there, they would basically become sitting ducks. As for himself, he just needed to stay here until dawn. These monsters spawned during the Blood Night would disappear once the Blood Night passed. It would be safe then. Lu Chen simply dug 2 more blocks horizontally, placed a bed, and lay on it contentedly. Don't ask him why he carried a bed with him. As a qualified wandering type player, carrying a bed with you is a basic skill. The sun rises, the bloodthirst night retreats. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Lu Chen climbed out of bed. After putting the bed into his backpack, Lu Chen broke the block above his head and then placed blocks to climb up. It seems those bloodthirst night monsters have disappeared. Lu Chen glanced at his surroundings and discovered that the monsters from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Since I have enough experience, it's time to go back and craft weapons. Lu Chen immediately decided to return to Wu City. After all, with the Martial King's secret realm about to open, it was safer for him to craft modern weapons as soon as possible. However, at this moment, Lu Chen heard footsteps behind him, and when he turned around, his expression became strange. He saw an acquaintance. You are the person from beside Dashan. A female voice rang out in surprise. Miss Dai Ya, why are you here? Lu Chen's expression was strange, but he immediately understood what was going on. He saw several goblins appearing beside Dai Ya, holding small wands pointed at Lu Chen, seemingly warning him not to meddle in their business. Save me! Dai Ya cried out immediately, as if she had seen a lifeline. One of the goblins seemed to realize that this woman recognized the man, so it immediately kicked Dai Ya, signaling her to be quiet. Afterward, it signaled the surrounding goblins to surround Lu Chen, seemingly wanting to keep him there. Lu Chen was amused by this scene. A tiny goblin was acting so arrogant, he hadn't even sought them out to cause trouble, yet they wanted to keep him there. Since that was the case, Lu Chen did not hesitate any longer. The odachi in his hand struck instantly, and the phantom sword was unleashed, instantly killing those goblins. Dai Ya's mouth hung open as she stared at the scene in shock. Although she knew this person could save her, the strength Lu Chen displayed still shocked Dai Ya. Miss Dai Ya, why are you here alone? Lu Chen walked forward and asked in confusion. He remembered that there were several guards who went out with Dai Ya, so why had they all disappeared now? They are all dead. Upon being rescued and recalling everything that had happened, Dai Ya immediately burst into tears. It turned out that after Dai Ya parted ways with Lu Chen and the others that day, she continued forward and finally reached the desert. After searching in the desert for a day, they successfully found the tracks of the hairy lions as they had hoped. After some effort, they killed 2 hairy lions and, after processing the meat, intended to return to Wu City. But last night, several strange monsters suddenly appeared from nowhere, including a flying red monster that kept bombing them. Those guards sacrificed themselves to protect her, and she managed to escape because of their sacrifice. But she didn't expect that just after avoiding the red monster's attack, she would encounter goblins. Goblins have always had a penchant for kidnapping beautiful women. And Daya naturally became their target. If she hadn't encountered Lu Chen on the road, she would probably have. Thinking of this, Daya felt a lingering fear. After all, those goblins had never had a good reputation. If she had truly fallen into their hands, it would have been a fate worse than death. Lu Chen nodded. The red monster Daya spoke of was likely one of the bloodthirst night monsters from last night. It was just that Daya and her group were unlucky enough to be targeted by a bloodthirsty bomber. Without any long-range attack capabilities, they naturally had no power to resist. Fortunately, Miss Daya was safe, otherwise, Lu Chen could imagine the furious expression of the martial city lord. Let's go, let's return to Wu City first. Lu Chen handed a few pieces of cooked pork chops from his backpack to Daya. This was his last bit of food, but fortunately, his hunger bar hadn't dropped. Thank you. Daya took the cooked pork chops and, ignoring that someone was nearby, immediately started eating them in large bites. After all, she had been running all night and was nearly starving to death. After Daya finished eating, Lu Chen took her and headed towards Wu City. Just as they were about to reach Wu City, Lu Chen saw from afar a group of people rushing in their direction. It seems to be the city lord and his men. Lu Chen's expression was strange. Why would the city lord come out personally? Could he be clairvoyant, guessing that he had brought his daughter back? Ha ha ha. Warrior Lu Chen, I knew you would be fine. Before the person arrived, the voice of the city lord Wu drifted over from afar. Dai Ya. Why are you with warrior Lu Chen? Where are those guards? When they got closer, the city lord Wu discovered that his daughter was actually beside Lu Chen. Seeing her father, Daya finally couldn't help but run over. Father, I almost never got to see you again. After Daya recounted everything to him in detail, the city lord Wu felt a wave of lingering fear. Warrior Lu Chen, thanks to you, otherwise Daya would have been in danger. The city lord Wu cupped his hands in salute to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, was Wu City alright last night? The city lord Wu naturally knew what Lu Chen was referring to and said with lingering fear, last night's attack came too suddenly. If it weren't for the strict defenses of Wu City, those flying red monsters might have entered the city. Because the attack happened so suddenly last night, Wu City's defenses were briefly in chaos, but under his orders, order was quickly restored. And those bloodthirsty bombers were forcibly blocked outside the city by Wu City's towering walls and covering long-range attacks. Although they successfully defended, the city lord Wu was still a bit fearful. After all, even if just one bloodthirsty bomber had charged into Wu City, it likely would have caused massive casualties. After exchanging a few more words, the martial city lord took Lu Chen and the others back to Wu City. After returning to Wu City, Lu Chen immediately went back to his room. It's time to buy the Modern Weapons mod. Lu Chen opened the mod store directly. Modern Weapons mod. Price: 30 levels of experience, do you want to purchase? Lu Chen didn't pause and chose to purchase it directly. Consumed 30 levels of experience points. Modern Weapons mod purchased successfully. Lu Chen felt a large amount of crafting recipes instantly appear in his mind, causing him to feel a bit dizzy for a moment. After a while, Lu Chen rubbed his head, which was aching slightly, and walked to the crafting table. Looking at the hundreds of crafting recipes that had suddenly appeared, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. With these weapons, who would dare to stop him in the martial king's secret realm? If gods block him, kill the gods. If Buddhas block him, kill the Buddhas. Let's make a magnum first to test the waters. Lu Chen went directly to the martial city lord, originally intending to purchase some materials from him to use. Unexpectedly, city lord Wu simply waved his hand and told him to use whatever materials were in the warehouse. Of course, this was on the condition that he didn't waste them. And Lu Chen naturally accepted happily. Although he wasn't short of money, the feeling of getting things for free was just great. Furthermore, City Lord Wu assigned a guard to Lu Chen. At first, Lu Chen refused, but under City Lord Wu's repeated insistence, he had no choice but to agree. Along, Go get 20 slime balls and half a stack of coal. Lu Chen stood at the crafting table, busy working away. Although the materials needed to craft these firearms weren't rare, they were quite varied. If Lu Chen had to collect them himself, it would certainly take a lot of time. However, since City Lord Wu had vast resources, he provided all the raw materials directly. As the various materials were gradually crafted, Lu Chen's magnum was also nearing completion. The final step. Lu Chen placed the steel plate and firearm metal plate in his hand onto the crafting table. Congratulations, you have obtained Taurus Rage Hunter .44 Magnum Revolver. Success. Lu Chen took the Rage Hunter off the crafting table. Looking at the exquisitely crafted firearm in his hand, Lu Chen placed it into his backpack with satisfaction. He had the firearm, but now he needed bullets. After spending some more metal and gunpowder, Lu Chen crafted nearly 2 stacks of bullets for his backpack. If he hadn't used leather to craft a few extra expansion backpacks, his backpack probably wouldn't have been enough. But there were still quite a lot of materials left, and he couldn't just keep crafting more bullets. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed the throwable items at the bottom of the crafting menu. Tripwire grenade, this is good stuff, I'll craft a few. M18 smoke bomb, useful for escaping, I'll make a few. Fat man. Lu Chen paused when he saw a cylindrical object at the very bottom of the crafting menu, then suddenly realized something and exclaimed. This couldn't be the big baby, right? An old acquaintance from Nagasaki. Unfortunately, there were no corresponding crafting materials for it. This equipment requires the prerequisite mod, Industrial Craft 2. What a pity, I wanted to let them try the big baby. Lu Chen shook his head regretfully. If he could craft it, he would want to try it out even if him showed up. Unfortunately, the price of the Industrial Craft 2 mod was simply too expensive. Lu Chen decided that this thing was only meant to be looked at from afar, not played with. Although he said that, Lu Chen was already very satisfied with his current equipment. He had the Odachi for melee and now the Rage Hunter for ranged attacks. If he combined this with his precision shot skill, within 7 steps, his blade was fast, beyond 7 steps, his gun was accurate and fast. A few days passed. During this time, Lu Chen had been training his marksmanship, and he was now basically able to achieve a 90% hit rate. He hadn't been idle in other areas either. In these few days, he had also crafted the X potion, just waiting for a suitable opportunity to use it. Warrior Lu Chen, there's news. Just as Lu Chen was practicing shooting, a soldier suddenly came running over in a hurry. A Long, don't rush, take your time. This soldier was none other than Lu Chen's personal guard, A Long. After taking a few deep breaths, A Long said, we have found the creeper and have trapped it in a pitfall. Lu Chen was stunned, then said with wild joy, it's already trapped. Yes. A-Long nodded. They had gone to great lengths to find the creeper and trap it. Take me there quickly. Lu Chen hurriedly followed A Long outside the city. On the outskirts of a village to the southwest of the city, Dashan and Puba were standing over a large pit, watching the restless creeper below. Why do you think warrior Lu Chen insisted that we trap a creeper like this? Puba asked Dashan curiously. Originally, when he heard about this, he hadn't intended to come, but upon learning that Lu Chen needed it, he immediately tagged A Long. Who knows? Dashan didn't really know either. After a while, the two of them finally saw Lu Chen rushing over. Warrior Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, you're here. Dashan went straight for a hug. Go away, don't be so mushy. Lu Chen laughed and pushed Dashan away. Looking at the creeper below, Lu Chen smiled and said, sorry for the trouble, after this is done, I'll give you a gift. It's nothing. Dashan and the other man laughed as well. By the way, brother Lu Chen, why do you insist on having a live creeper? Seeing Lu Chen staring at the creeper below, Dashan couldn't help but ask curiously. I'm going to slaughter it. Lu Chen took the X potion out of his backpack. It's just a creeper, isn't it? That's just a single slash for you, brother Lu Chen. Dashan couldn't help but curl his lip. Not to mention Lu Chen, even for them, a single creeper was nothing to be afraid of. No, it's not a creeper, to be precise, it should be a mutant creeper. Tell the soldiers to fall back, it will be very dangerous here in a moment. Lu Chen said to the crowd. Although they didn't understand what kind of existence this mutant creeper Lu Chen spoke of was, it was the first time they had seen Lu Chen so cautious, so they didn't dare to be negligent and immediately signaled everyone to retreat. Let me see just how powerful a mutant creeper really is. Seeing that everyone had retreated to a safe distance, Lu Chen threw the X potion in his hand inside. Snap! The potion hit the ground and shattered immediately, but the liquid inside suddenly turned into smoke that filled the pit. Just as Dashan and the others were filled with confusion, a huge roar came from within, instantly causing their expressions to change. Roar. They saw a huge, long green limb step out from inside, and then a massive figure revealed itself before them. Huge limbs, a deformed body, and a head that stretched forward. Seeing this grotesque creeper, everyone immediately gasped. They had never seen such a terrifying monster. Brother Lu Chen, is this the thing you were talking about? Puba's body was trembling, clearly terrified. This was the mutant creeper he had talked about. Why did it feel like they had been tricked? Could this thing really be killed? Just as everyone was shocked by the mutant creeper's appearance, they saw it suddenly exert force with its four limbs and leap directly into the air. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. It could do that too. When it landed again, a series of explosions occurred, and the blocks beneath the mutant creeper's feet shattered instantly. Woo! And it also fixed its gaze on Dashan and the others. It seemed that these were the very people who had lured it into the trap. Stared at by the eyes of the mutant creeper, the group began to panic. The pressure from this thing was simply too strong, especially that twisted face. Just one look at it was enough to make people feel terrified. Seemingly recognizing Dashan and Puba, the mutant creeper crawled rapidly toward them. That thing is charging over. Seeing the massive mutant creeper rushing toward them, Puba shouted in terror and immediately drew his weapon. If not for the status of a warrior holding him back, Puba would likely have turned tail and run long ago. Although Dashan did not appear as pathetic as Puba, his expression was also grim. Gripping the underground greatsword in his hands tightly, Dashan stared fixedly at the approaching mutant creeper. Whoosh! But just as the mutant creeper was about to reach Dashan and the other, an arrow struck the mutant creeper's body. Roar! The mutant creeper's body turned red, and it then fixed its gaze on Lu Chen. It had originally intended to finish off those two detestable guys first before dealing with him. But this human actually dared to provoke it voluntarily. The mutant creeper immediately changed direction and charged toward Lu Chen instead. Seeing the mutant creeper approaching, Lu Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged directly toward it. Phantom Sword. After closing the distance, Lu Chen immediately used Phantom Sword, and a flash of light instantly engulfed the mutant creeper. Roar! The mutant creeper's health dropped a small amount, but relative to its total health, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Dashan, attack it from the flank. Hit and run. Lu Chen shouted to Dashan, who was not far away. Got it. Dashan instantly understood Lu Chen's intention and charged from the mutant creeper's blind spot. The mutant creeper had focused all its attention on Lu Chen and completely failed to notice that another person was charging from behind. Take this. Dashan had already circled behind the mutant creeper and raised the underground greatsword in his hands, slashing at it. The mutant creeper's body stiffened instantly, and it then angrily fixed its gaze on Dashan behind it. Detestable human, how dare you sneak attack? But when it tried to turn around to attack Dashan, it discovered that it couldn't move its body. It actually triggered the passive effect of the underground greatsword. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen immediately understood and pulled out the Odachi, joining in with a flurry of slashes. The underground greatsword had a special passive effect. Every attack had a small chance to trigger a stun. That was exactly what had happened with Dashan's attack just now, which was why the mutant creeper's body was frozen in place. It was a pity, however, that the duration of the effect was not long. After slashing a few times, Lu Chen immediately retreated, while also reminding Dashan. Retreat quickly. Dashan also stopped lingering in the fight and put away the underground greatsword, retreating backward. Roar. The mutant creeper's body returned to normal, but its health had dropped significantly. At the same time, it looked angrily at both Lu Chen and Dashan. What infuriated it, however, was that the two humans were retreating in different directions. But just then, the mutant creeper looked up and roared. As the sound faded, 4 creepers suddenly appeared around it. Not good, it summoned minions. Lu Chen's expression changed, but he did not panic. Everything was still under his control. The 4 creepers charged toward Dashan, while the mutant creeper leapt into the air, locking onto Lu Chen. It wanted to blow this detestable human into smithereens. A massive shadow instantly loomed over Lu Chen's head. Looking at the mutant creeper in the sky, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and stood his ground. At this moment, it was basically impossible for him to dodge, unless he had a way to displace himself. But Lu Chen did not resign himself to capture. The odachi in his hand instantly vanished, and what appeared in his hand instead was obsidian. Lu Chen quickly placed blocks around himself to a height of 5 blocks and sealed the top as well. Lu Chen then hid beneath the obsidian blocks and raised his shield. Bang! After a loud explosion, everyone looked nervously toward the direction where Lu Chen was. Brother Lu Chen. Dashan, who had just finished off the 4 creepers, was stunned for a moment upon seeing this scene. Can he survive? Everyone stared fixedly in that direction. The thick smoke dissipated, revealing the scene there. All the blocks around the obsidian had vanished, and even the stone layer underground was exposed, showing just how powerful this explosion had been. Yet despite this, the obsidian still stood firm, and beneath the obsidian was a figure holding up a shield. He survived it. The crowd was instantly overjoyed. To be able to withstand an explosion of such power, the strength of warrior Lu Chen was truly astonishing. At this moment, the soldiers had implicitly begun to treat Lu Chen as the #1 warrior of Wu City. After all, besides Lu Chen, who else could guarantee survival under this attack? Lu Chen looked at his shield, which had lost most of its durability, and smiled helplessly. Although obsidian could block explosion damage, it could not negate all of the explosion damage. In other words, even though he had hidden beneath the obsidian, he had still taken damage from the explosion. However, since Lu Chen had his shield as a defense, he was naturally able to easily withstand such explosion damage. But before the group could breathe a sigh of relief, the massive body of the mutant creeper descended from above the obsidian. Looking at the mutant creeper close at hand, Lu Chen was not panicked in the slightest. He immediately took the odachi in his hand and instantly used the dimensional slash skill. Shing! Just as the mutant creeper was about to use an explosion, it was interrupted by this dimensional slash, and Lu Chen took the opportunity to increase the distance between himself and the mutant creeper. At this point, the mutant creeper's health had dropped by more than a small half. If Lu Chen remembered correctly, it was likely about to unleash its ultimate move. After entangling for a while longer, the mutant creeper's health had dropped to half, and Lu Chen stopped lingering in the fight, directly opening up the distance between the two. The mutant creeper stopped in its tracks, and the light on its body flickered constantly. No one knew what was happening. Everyone was a bit at a loss seeing this scene, but seeing that Lu Chen was looking at the mutant creeper calmly, they felt slightly relieved. When the light on the mutant creeper's body flickered for the 8th time, the sky suddenly turned dark, and then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down toward the mutant creeper. Crack! As the sound of the lightning striking the mutant creeper rang out, everyone could not help but shiver. If this lightning were to strike them, they probably wouldn't even have ash left behind. That mutant creeper won't be struck dead directly, will it? At this moment, Puba came to Dashan's side and said. After all, the power of this lightning was extraordinary. It was likely that even the mutant creeper would find it hard to endure. I'm not really sure either. Before Dashan could finish his sentence, a powerful aura erupted from the place where the lightning had struck. Dashan and Puba's expressions changed, and they looked at that area in terror. Lu Chen, however, was looking at all of this with excitement, muttering to himself, charged mutant creeper. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The charged mutant creeper is the ultimate form of the mutant creeper, only triggered after being struck by lightning. In this state, the mutant creeper becomes even more ferocious. Its explosion power, explosion radius, and even the creepers it summons are all enhanced. However, this also means it has reached a dead end. After all, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't trigger this form. It's a pity I can't use modern weapons against it, otherwise it would be much simpler. Lu Chen shook his head regretfully. Modern weapons contain gunpowder, and attacks using them would not only fail to cause damage to the mutant creeper but would even restore its health. However, even without modern weapons, Lu Chen had ways to deal with the mutant creeper. After all, his experience from his past life was there, he just needed to be careful. The charged mutant creeper was crackling with lightning as it slowly walked toward Lu Chen. Even though it didn't look very fast to everyone else, it arrived in front of Lu Chen in a flash. This time, Lu Chen didn't engage, he quickly ran backward. The charged mutant creeper naturally wouldn't let him go easily and followed him the whole way. Finally, Lu Chen stopped at a cave. Seeing him stop, the charged mutant creeper naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity and charged straight at him. Finally, the charged mutant creeper got close to Lu Chen. At the very moment it was about to explode, an ender pearl appeared in Lu Chen's hand, and he immediately threw it outside. Bang! After a loud noise, the cave was instantly collapsed by the charged mutant creeper's explosion, and the sand that had been placed on top instantly fell down. Ding! As the sand landed, the charged mutant creeper was instantly buried by a large amount of sand. Lu Chen, who had already escaped outside, stared at the sand-filled cave with satisfaction. Dashan and Puba also arrived at Lu Chen's side. Watching the creeper being successfully buried inside, both said in surprise, "So that's how this sand is used." Before, they hadn't understood why Lu Chen insisted that they find a cave and fill the top with sand, but now they finally understood. This sand isn't enough to kill this creeper. Lu Chen knew that if this sand alone could kill this creeper, then this mutant creeper probably wouldn't be known as the most troublesome monster among mutant creatures. Sure enough, just after Lu Chen finished saying this, there was movement inside the sand. Bang! An explosion sounded. Dashan and the others turned pale and hurriedly retreated. It seems this creeper was indeed as troublesome as Lu Chen had said. But just as the charged mutant creeper blasted the sand open, the sand above buried it again. Bang! 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 As the charged mutant creeper exploded time and time again, it finally blasted the sand away. But at this time, its aura had dropped to a very low level. It seemed this sand had caused it significant damage. Struggling to crawl out of the cave, this charged mutant creeper didn't go after Lu Chen and the others, instead, it fled into the distance. Ha ha ha, brother Lu Chen, this creeper has been scared off by you. Dashan laughed when he saw this. Although it was difficult for them to kill this creeper through combat alone, Lu Chen's endless stream of tricks had made it suffer miserably. At this moment, the charged mutant creeper just wanted to flee the area quickly and stay away from this group of sneaky players. Just as Lu Chen and the others were about to chase after it, an attack resembling a water ball landed on the charged mutant creeper. Splash! The water ball exploded, and the mutant creeper's already low health instantly hit zero, causing it to collapse on the ground. Don't go near it. Seeing Dashan approaching, Lu Chen's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled him back. Bang! The body of the mutant creeper suddenly emitted a white light, then exploded. Even the surrounding ground was damaged. Watching the power of such an explosion, Dashan, who had just walked through the gates of hell, patted his chest in fear. That was close, just by a hair. Why can't this fool thing just rest in peace even after death? Lu Chen shook his head and looked into the distance. 4 figures were standing there at some point, 3 men and 1 woman. The attack just now was issued by that woman. Seeing the staff in that woman's hand, Lu Chen's pupils shrank, then returned to normal. Senior sister, you're still the best. You killed this guy with 1 attack. One of the 4 men flattered her. Then he suddenly saw Lu Chen walking toward the place where the giant monster had just died and immediately scolded. Who are you? How dare you snatch things from RFA City? Lu Chen was stunned, but he didn't pay attention to the man's clamoring and still ignored him as he picked up the green egg located in the center of the explosion. Congratulations on obtaining creeper egg. Usage method. 1. Smash it to obtain creeper fragments. 2. Hatch it, place it on your head, and it can hatch a small creeper. Lu Chen looked at this eerie green egg, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. So I'm supposed to wear this green egg on my head. Lu Chen put it directly into his backpack. Even if he had to wear it, he would never wear a green egg in public. Didn't he care about his dignity? Seeing that Lu Chen ignored him completely and put the creeper egg directly into his backpack, the man was instantly enraged and rushed toward Lu Chen. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what this young master said? Just as the man wanted to teach Lu Chen a lesson, an underground greatsword blocked his path. Looking up, he saw a simple and honest yet firm face. None shall pass. Dashan said with a laugh. Do you really think I don't dare to make a move? The man sneered and drew his weapon. Seeing the purple short sword in the man's hand, Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect it to be an amethyst sword. It seems this guy's status isn't low. After all, an amethyst sword is much better than an ordinary diamond sword. And looking at the light constantly flashing on his sword, it seemed to have been enchanting it as well. Seeing the man draw his weapon, Dashan's originally honest face turned cold. Since they came with ill intentions, he was naturally happy to keep them company. Yeah. The man gave a light shout and slashed directly at Dashan's neck, showing no mercy from the start. But Dashan wasn't panicked at all. The underground greatsword in his hand blocked the amethyst sword directly. Clang! The two swords collided, sparks flew, and then Dashan exerted force, instantly knocking the amethyst sword in the man's hand away with his underground greatsword. Nice! Puba, who was watching from the side, shouted excitedly. Seeing that the sword in his hand had been knocked away, the man's expression instantly became ugly. And Dashan didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue. After all, he didn't intend to hurt anyone. But just as Dashan withdrew his underground greatsword, a water energy bullet hit Dashan. PFF'd. Dashan couldn't dodge in time and was instantly injured. How can you sneak attack? Puba immediately blocked in front of Dashan. But another water energy bullet was fired, and seeing that Puba was about to be hit. Clang! The water energy bullet suddenly changed direction and hit the ground directly. You guys have gone too far. Lu Chen's cold voice rang out. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.